If it hurts, you ain't the brakes, no get you know let us put on more speed. Protect our kickers, our quarterback, our lead, our ball game. All obstacles, block, cut, sides, through the game, tackle, this win it is. Press you again, we're here for the first made. Carry my team every 6 minutes.
Rocky Top! You'll always be.
Just look around. You got the mountains, you got the most beautiful city in the whole entire country. The university is absolutely, looks like it's out of a storybook. It's just beautiful. People are incredibly genuine and extremely nice. It's just a place that obviously I'd want my kids to go to school. And it sells itself. You don't have to sell anything about this place. You just got to get them here. You know, the old field of dreams. Build it and they will come. It's already built.
Doesn't have to be perfect, ain't gonna be perfect. We go compete for 60 freaking minutes. All right, enjoy the opportunity, enjoy the environment, and then go play our butts off, play for one another, and have a hell of a lot of fun. Everybody got me? All right.
Who got my back? I got your back. Who got my back? I got your back. Who got my back? I got your back. We play for another. We fight for another. Every fight, every play, every round. Hey, Tennessee on 2. 1, 2. Tennessee. Ball, that team ready. Ball, that team ready. Ball, that team ready.
Make the decision. You're either a Vol or you're not, through thick and thin.
Staying at a hotel is not the same thing as staying at the Fisher House.
The Fisher House, I know, is a huge part of Lane's recovery.
For somebody like my husband or any military person, for them to know that their family members are being taken care of, that's a huge burden off of them, so they can concentrate on their therapies.
Just having that assurance that no matter what, as long as we were there for Anson, that someone would be there to take care of us. It took so much weight off our shoulders.
The heart is a balloon, shoots up through the stony ground. There's no room, no space to rent in this town. You're out of luck, and the reason that you had to care, the traffic is stuck, and you're not moving anywhere. You thought you'd found a friend to take you out of this place, someone you could lend a hand in return for grace. It's a beautiful day. Sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful day. So let it get away on the road. But you've got no destination in the mind. In the maze of her imagination, your love is down. Even if that doesn't ring true, you've been all over, and it's been all over you. It's a beautiful day. So let it get away. It's a beautiful day. Touch me, take me to that other place. Teach me, I know I'm not a hopeless case. See the world in green and blue. See China right in front of you.
Welcome to the Talkin VAWLS Network. My name's Boogie Bentley. His name is Coach Jay. He's also soaked in Red Bull. His notes that he took all day long, all the grind, all the work, all the blood, sweat, and tears is now soaked with a little bit of Red Bull. Coach Jay, you ready? You got to have Red Bull because we got a long haul in front of us, our most important stream of the year. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go, man. I was ready until I soaked my notes in strawberry apricot Red Bull, but that's okay. I got backup. I got a nice little igloo cooler bag underneath my desk here with some Gatorade and some more Red Bull. So We're gonna sit in here. We're gonna do this dang thing for charity tonight, and what a awesome cause. And like the kids say, no cap, right? I don't know if they're still saying that or not,
Is that
but
what they say?
I don't know. That's what I was told. But in all reality, it's really cool to be able to do this and be part of this. And this really helps a lot of people. So proud to be a part of it at the end of the day, man. Super proud to be a part of it.
Got some people in the chat. Steven is here. What's up, my friend? It's actually good to see you in the chat, Steven. I appreciate you dropping in on this night. And always, man, always. I was talking about interactions on social media and Facebook and Twitter. And it's like, I always know Steven's always in the chat. Steven's always lurking. But if I post something about our fundraiser for Fisher House, Steven is going to smash the thumbs up on that. He says, proud active duty United States Air Force member supporting all the way from North Dakota. Thank Boogie for putting this on for a great charity. Fisher House Foundation is actually in the house. They say thank you for supporting service members, veterans, and their families. You guys rock. This is all about Vol Nation. Everything on this channel happened organically. You guys started talking about, the men and women of our troops, and a lot of you have served or are serving, and it's a beautiful thing. And it just turned into a wild night where we said, hey, we're going to donate every super chat that comes through tonight. We're going to donate it to a charity. One of our listeners is serving or has served, and he said, hey, Fisher House Foundation is the charity to go to. That's where we went, and we have done this for 4 straight years. But Coach Jay, we're doing this to raise awareness. We're doing this to raise money. You set a lofty goal. I don't like to fail. Anybody that comes and hangs out on Tuesday nights, they know that I don't like to lose and I don't like to fail. Look, 2023, our eyes got real big. We said, hey, we're going to raise $7,500. We raised $3,000. I sulked and I cried and I whined about it all year long. 2024, we said, hey, we've grown this channel. We got more. We got strength in numbers. Let's go for 10,000. We raised $10,050. We met that goal. Why did you set the goal for $15,000 this year? You're crazy. It's not. I don't believe we can do it.
It's going to be an uphill battle. I believe you leave it open all week, right? Am I not mistaken?
Yes,
there?
It will stay open for 7 days.
It will stay open all 7 days. So if you're a little tight in the pocketbook, you just paid rent, but you got that paycheck coming on Wednesday, and you got a couple of extra ducats in the bucket. Consider donating to a very, very worthy cause that really helps the best of men and women in this country.
One thing you guys can do, if you don't have the money to give, you don't have the money to donate, you can smash the thumbs up and you can share out the link. Like if there is ever a time, I've got my gimmicks and I say it all the time. If there is ever a time to hit that share button below this video and put it on Twitter, put it on Facebook, let somebody know we're live. Tonight is that night. We got a jam-packed lineup tonight. Landon and Caleb from More Important Issues are going to be jumping on the show. Tennessee wide receiver Braylon Staley is supposed to be on the show. We'll see what happens. If you guys didn't want to get rid of Kelsey Pope before, you're going to now, because he is holding Braylon Staley hostage in a position group meeting. Brian just texted me. I said, hey, when Braylon's free, have him yell at me. We'll see if he can jump on. We got Lady Ball softball player Cameron Sarvis going to be in the house a little bit later. Eric Kane, Austin Price from Ball Quest, Kyler Kirbyson, Reed Bacon from Pancakes and Bacon are going to come on, and they're going to break down some film. Tennessee defensive lineman Jaden Lofton's in the house. Charlie Burris, Zach Reagan from A to Z Sports, and the entire Talkin VAWLS family is going to be here tonight. So hang out for the long haul. But again, smash the thumbs up, share out the link. That helps this channel. What are we doing? Why are we here? What is Fisher House Foundation? The way that I've described it is it's like a Ronald McDonald House for the men and women that have served or are serving. And I think we just need to play this video and take a look for yourselves what Fisher House is kind of all about.
When you look at what my family does, our roots are in construction and development. So the premise behind the beginning of Fisher House was Zach saying, I'm a builder. I can get an architect. I know how to do this. And so we want to build the best possible product that we can, because what we're trying to do here is not only help military families in their time of need, but also to honor their service. When you really break down the house, it's not just a roof over your head. That obviously is important. But the byproduct is what goes on inside the house. And so we've nurtured that. From a design standpoint, we've nurtured that kind of a feeling. So the way the houses are laid out, or the common areas are laid out, it's easy to sit down and talk to each other. Having these houses grow was important because we wanted to try and keep up with the need. But as they grew in size, the one thing that we just did not want to happen and really fought was to keep the feel of the Fisher House small, even though the house had grown. It never, ever gravitated into a hotel environment. The support system that happens in these houses, that's actually the brick and mortar that holds them together. And that starts with the Fisher House manager, and then it kind of works its way down to the families, and the families will come in, and then the other families will embrace them, and they become one big family within the confines of the house. So the house is like its own community. It's absolutely incredible to watch. No matter what the metrics are, how much money you save, how many days of lodging, those are all numbers. When it comes down to it, you've made a difference in their lives, and that's what my uncle wanted to do.
Good stuff right there, man. Something that's going to be a theme as we share some of these videos. I've got videos that show some of the stories from Fisher House Foundation. One of the themes is community, support, environment. Like, there's a story we're going to play later where the kids had not seen their father since he was in an accident with an IED, lost his legs. They hadn't seen him. Do you want to see him in a hospital bed, like with the wires, or you get to see him for that first time in what feels like a home, what feels like a safe environment? So many good stories, man. That's why we're here tonight. Some of the donations are coming in. Let me go check and see where we're at. We set a crazy goal of $15,000. We're about 10 minutes into this stream. We have raised $1,605. Let me rattle off some of these. Joey Carroll dropped a $5 donation. Tennessee Ticketmasters with $5. Rocky Top Tom dropped a 50 spot. Ron the Don for $5. Coach Rice for $5. Todd Landers dropped a 20 spot. Eric B. Jones dropped a $5. John Mills dropped a 20 spot. Christopher Welch for 20. Chef Toy RD dropped a $10 super chat. Andrew Fielding dropped a super chat. A $5 donation. Yes, I'm living in that YouTuber world. I can't get used to, it's not a super chat. It's a donation. We got some anonymous donations as well. $20, $50. Let me continue to scroll down through here. Let's see. We got Robert Thomas. $250. Robert, top donation until we got an anonymous $500 donation. Let's freaking go. That's what it's all about. Black Metal Banjo donates $100. Thank you, Banjo. We appreciate it. We got an anonymous $20 super chat as well. Keep those donations coming. Keep smashing the thumb up. Keep sharing it out. Coach Jay, we're going to get more important issues on here in just a moment. Man, who are you excited to talk to tonight, man? We got a loaded lineup ready to get into it.
I'm excited to talk to everyone, man. I didn't get to go through the whole show last year. I kind of came in at the end, as we discussed in the back room. I think you'd been you'd been hung out to dry after a long night by the time you got to me last year, so you were ready to hang them up. But a heck of a show. I'm excited to talk to Austin Price. Of course, as always good to see Kaner on here and get to rattle things around with an old linebacker. Always fun to kick that can around. Always a good conversation with Reed Bacon and Kyler Kurbison on here. Swain, you got an old football player, another one on top of Kurbison, so always great when you can get a VFL in here. Ben McKee, man, I'm excited for everyone. We got a softball player in here tonight. We got everything, man. I feel like this is like a Viva variety show or something. So we're going to be firing on all cylinders tonight. And there is not one guest I literally am not excited to talk to. Can't wait to get Brandon Staley in here. Want to talk to him about that opportunity that's staring him in the face this offseason, because I think he's got a huge opportunity, and I think he can be truly special in this Heupel offense.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, Brethren can make it in. We'll see what happens. It's the problem when you're dealing with college kids, right? I mean, Coach Pope says you're staying in the meeting room. Guess what? You're staying in the meeting room. You're going to take care of business. Guys, continue to smash the thumbs up. Share out the link. We got more important issues coming up here in just a moment. Waiting on Landon to pop in, and then we'll get things rolling there. Again, just share the link. That's that. I can't reiterate that enough. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Do you think we're gonna get exposed when it comes to the game of softball? I mean, how much do you know about softball, Coach? You ready to break it down and get into it, deep dive it?
So I know that the ball is different than baseball. I know that you pitch it underhand. I know that I'm halfway decent at the slow pitch softball that you do with your buddies. That you can, kind of have a couple fizzily made adult beverages and still play fairly well. But beyond that, man, yeah, we're gonna learn something a little bit too. Because yeah, I grew up playing baseball, man, but not a lot of softball. If only Boogie, if only I could take an at bat against the underhand pitcher. You think Coach Shea could get a hit against a Tennessee softball pitcher?
I highly doubt it.
I want to say yes, but I probably would strike out.
What's the speed? What's the speed comparison there? Underhand softball, fast pitch, closer. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Look, I'm the king of improv. While we're waiting on more important issues to roll in here, did you see this news? This news dropped right before we went live. This is your guy right here, Coach. This is your guy. Oh, I got it on full screen. I got to back that down. This is your guy, Steve Wiltfong. Logs an expert prediction for Braden Rouse and linebacker, 2026 4-star linebacker. You've talked a little bit about him before, but what do you like about Braden Rouse?
I like a lot of things about Braden Rouse. I mentioned it. Pass protection, not pass protection. I'm talking about a running back now, but pass defense. You need it is a necessity for your linebackers to be able to play good against the pass and know what they're doing in coverage, to understand how to play zone, how to play man, how to play press, how to play inch technique. All these things are being further developed by linebackers. And I really like this kid in the pass defense game. I think he can do it at a high level. And then, of course, old school linebacking. I love him. He's got really nice vision, good eyes, good discipline in his read triangles, doesn't get too wrapped up in the eye candy. There's been a lot of talk on this channel about eye candy, right? And how much your Steve Sarkisians, your Kiffins, your Chip Kellys are using eye candy, even Billy Napier with a lot of motions, a lot of orbit motion, all kinds of little trickeration. When you're a linebacker, you really have to be disciplined. Yes, you have your guard step read, but you also have your triangle of secondary reads that you have to be disciplined with. Braden is very, very good at this. I like his mental game. I like his vision. I like his ability to play downhill. I like him in space. I love him in pass protection. So when I did see this right before we went on, and you can bet your patootie that Coach Shea had a smile across his face when he first saw that one come across.
I love it, man. Good news. Seems like Tennessee's been out in front. Now it's just a matter of time. Off to a fast start in that class of 2026. But I want to talk about 2024. I want to even maybe rewind time all the way back to January 2021. And there's only two guys that I would want to do that, and that's with Landon and Caleb for more important issues. What is up, fellas? Welcome to the show.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I'm excited to get you guys on. It's always fun to talk ball with somebody that you've never talked ball with before. And I know, Landon, you and I had gone back and forth on Twitter, been trying to work out a crossover. You hit me up because of this show, and I was like, let's freaking go. Let's do it. So we're excited to jump into it. Talk a little bit about what your all show is. I'm trying to figure out, because some days you guys look like me and Coach Jay. You look like you're surrounded by arcade games and comic books and toys and nerd stuff. And then other times you look like you're professional. You're in the big studio. You're calling it fan run radio. What goes on over there? More important issues.
It's a facade. We have no clue what we're doing.
I can relate to that, actually.
Yeah, man, yeah. It's a ton of fun. And I know this was kind of obviously we were super blessed to get the opportunity to work with Fan Run. And then you head home after the first show and you're like, who let us on the airwaves? Like, we are in people's car, and that's a dangerous game that they're playing with. But just really, really cool to be able to do it. I grew up listening to sports talk radio. That's until podcasts became a thing. That's all I listened to outside of music every once in a while. It was sports talk radio 24/7. Not even necessarily just Tennessee sports talk radio. That was the priority, but we joke about it because we're the late night guys. I'd always listen to CBS or Fox, just whatever show was on late night drives. And now I'm that guy, and it's fun. It's an awesome opportunity. And just get to be who we are, keep doing what we've always been doing at More Important Issues, just get to do on the radio now. It's awesome.
I love it, man. I'm excited to talk some ball with you guys. We're getting close. We're right around the corner from $1,700 raised already right out of the gate here. Keep those donations coming. Coach Jay dropped a $50 donation. We appreciate you, Coach. We also got Knoxville Buckeye donated $20. So we're right around the corner. Who's going to put us over that $1,700 mark? Well, let's do, like I said, let's rewind time. Let's go back. Let's jump in the time machine with Marty, the old DeLorean. Let's go back to 2021, January 2021, because I want to figure out where you guys are at. Where were you at? Where you're at now? Jeremy Pruitt fired. You're waiting on this NCAA investigation. Landon, what were your thoughts when you hear Josh Heupel is the next head coach at Tennessee?
Who?
You went to Google, right? You went to Google.
Yeah, who the heck is that guy? Then you did a little bit of research, and you're like, oh, well, he can score points, so I guess that's a little bit different than what we've had under Jeremy Pruitt, so I guess that was a positive. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, just not really excited about the change. Definitely wanted to have that big kind of splash hire. Didn't have that, but from what we've seen so far, it seemed to have worked out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So after that 21 season, guys, and you kind of see the offense start to explode, did you ever feel that this defense was going to come around and kind of get to the point it has? I know it's still got a little bit of room to grow, but it was a little sketchy there in 21 and certainly in 22 in the back end. What do you kind of think about the progression of this defense, and did you think we were going to be able to turn that corner back in 21 and 22?
I mean, I didn't know what to expect from Hype when we first got him either. Obviously, you were hoping for the fast-paced offense, high scoring, and you saw that early on. I never thought, and the little we knew about Josh Heupel, because we're still learning about him, obviously, I never thought Tennessee would win a game, slowing the clock, controlling the line of scrimmage, controlling the game, and relying on their defense. That has been a shocker to me, and I think he still has ways to go as a head coach, but I think it showed his ability to adapt a little bit this year and change and do what needed to be done to ultimately win games. And like you said, this defense still has some improvement, but I think it's going to be a mainstay. As long as Rodney Garner's around, I'm pretty confident that defensive line is going to be a very impactful one and one of the better ones in the SEC.
Sure.
Absolutely. So were you guys frustrated after the year, or were you kind of like, man, I like this? It's like, if you told me we were going to have this type of defense in year 4, Nico's going to come in and be the quarterback. I'm having a hard time not thinking, okay, this could be an SEC championship run. This could be a national championship type of run. There were issues there with the offense, clearly. Like, even though it's so funny to say that because they led the conference in rushing, and we still struggled on offense. They struggled with the passing game. Like, were you surprised by that, Landon? Were you frustrated when push came to shove, or is this kind of who you thought this team was in 2024?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you thought the offensive line was going to be better than what it was entering the year, and it just wasn't. Receivers kind of the same way. We thought that was going to be a strength, and it just wasn't for whatever reason. So I think there is a lot of things to work on, but I mean, next year it doesn't get any easier to kind of fix those things, but I'm interested to see kind of what these new guys, because Heupel and this staff haven't, especially on offense, haven't really played a ton of freshmen or a ton of guys, especially along the offensive line. And next year it's like, yeah, that one spot that you were struggling at was tackle, and there's a 5-star freshman coming right into that spot. So I'm interested to see kind of what these young guys can do, because I mean, it's something we haven't seen so far. He's not played a ton of young guys, and then can he just get the most out of them to build on what he did this year? It's kind of like Tony Vitello. He went to Omaha. They didn't win anything in Omaha. Then they went back to Omaha, won a couple games. Obviously that 2022 year didn't make it. And then last year, then they go win the whole thing. So it's kind of building on what you can do. And I'm interested to see kind of how he's able to build on that college football playoff berth.
Yeah, it should be interesting to watch for sure. Caleb, maybe just continue on that. Kyler Kervison, who's going to be on the show in a little bit, kind of brought up a good good talking point that we've been kicking the can around with, which if you take the guys that we lost in the wide receiver room and you pin them against, Jefferson, Mike Matthews, Boo Carter, do you think we're better off with this group and rolling with some youth in the secondary positions? Or if you had the checkbook and you could have it your way, would you have kind of cashed that check for those secondary wide receivers and really push for them to stay?
It's hard for me to right now take what will be the 2025 wide receivers, just because there's so many unknowns. And you brought up a good one, Boo Carter. I'm interested to see how they use him. Where is he going to play? I imagine the slot. What is the snap count for him on the offensive side of the ball? And then, do we see a more creative offense that at times was lacking this year? I'm really interested to see the utilization of Boo Carter, and I think he can be electric. I also think you got to balance. You need him defensively, and he should have some help there. Shouldn't be playing every defensive snap, but that's going to be interesting. I like this group, but they're young. Just so many unknowns. I would have liked to see us go get more in the transfer portal, but I think in my mind, and I think Ohio State, while they benefited a ton from the transfer portal, you look at a lot of teams that were in the later stages of the season, the college football playoff. Yes, they benefited from the transfer portal, but their core guys were their core guys. Like, they were guys that had been developed in the program. Your most important thing was keeping Mike Matthews, and you did that. And I think a lot of people said it wasn't about money. I don't know how much he ended up getting there at the end, but I think you wrote the right check in keeping him. So would I like to see us get more? Yes, but I don't think it's necessarily the end all be all.
I'm excited to see the young guys, man. I want to, there's so many questions about Glenn Ellerby. There's so many questions about Kelsey Pope. Everybody wants to point fingers and blame them. And then it's a two-sided conversation, right? It's, well, you don't play the young guys, and it's whether you don't develop the young guys. Well, it's because you had a veteran group, man. Y'all remember before the 2024 season how we were excited to see guys like Coop and Spraggs come back and use that COVID year, man. You had a veteran bunch on that offensive line. So I'm excited to see what these young guys can do. That's why it's maddening to me. And I get it. You want to add some dudes in the portal. If you can go get a Carnell Tate, that's the hot rumor everybody's running with right now. You want to go get a Carnell Tate? Sure, sign me up for that. But I'm excited to see what these young guys can do, man. What does Braylon Staley look like? What does Mike Matthews look like? What is Travis Smith coming in as a true freshman? Everybody that screamed, why aren't you playing Mike Matthews, is now saying, why aren't you going to the portal and getting a guy and playing him over Mike Matthews? Can't have it both ways. Let me catch up with the chat. Let's see what's going on here as donations continue to roll in. Man, that's so hard. I wish it would highlight like it does Super Chats, but it doesn't. So I got to scroll through the chat manually. Let me roll back up here. We got an anonymous $50 donation. We appreciate that. Bill Hamilton is in the chat. What's up, Dr. Hamilton? Drops a $20 donation. We appreciate you, my friend. Truckin VAWL 82 with a $20 donation. Aaron Duck with a $5 donation. Sean Clabo also with a $5 donation. We appreciate you guys. We're now right at $1,800 raised in just a few moments on the show. Keep sharing out the link. Keep letting people know we're live. These two don't even know it yet. We're about to make y'all work overtime. Braylon Staley, speaking of Coach Pope, is keeping him in the meeting room. He can't. He said Boogie's trying to get me on the show, and Kelsey Pope said, I don't know who Boogie is, but you're going to stay in the meeting room. I'm not mad at that. So I may make you guys work a little bit of overtime here moving forward. What's
just to work.
So Josh Heupel's hired, right? We Google his name. All right. High octane, up tempo offense, and now here we sit 4 years into it. Where do you grade Josh Heupel? What do you think he's done through 4 years? I'm tickled to death with what he's done, but I'm also ready to take that next step. What would you like to see him maybe change or adapt or grow with, Landon?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of with everybody. I want the 2022 offense and the 2024 defense. If we can just combine that, I think we got us a really good chance of winning the title. Yeah, I just think continuing to grow, continuing to adapt, like Caleb was saying earlier, I think he did a good job of that this year. I would like to see, if your wide receivers can't get open, can we cut down the splits a little bit? Is that something that could happen and be in the arsenal? I don't know. I just want to see kind of the offense evolve, because I think teams, especially really good teams that can guard you on the outside and have the edge rushers to get pressure, they've kind of done a good job of bottling up this offense. So, and they're going to let Tennessee run the ball. Tennessee's going to run the ball, but it seems like defenses now are just letting Tennessee run the ball and not letting them just run by them on the outside.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. And do you, Caleb? Maybe you can just jump on that and continue. Do you see Heupel and Halsey kind of looking at this offense and not changing the scheme or the full system or anything like that, but do you see them taking a look and saying, hey, maybe we have gotten a little too vanilla. Maybe we are a little too predictable. You see a curveball, a changeup coming from this offense.
Well, it's funny, we talk about adapting and moving forward, and I think it's, sometimes the classic 30 for 30, like you got to go back to go forward. I think trying to find that identity that you had when this offense was high powered, and this isn't an original thought, but I climbed onto a buddy that floated this one to me. I don't think the offense, everybody wants to say it was goalish. It was goalish. I don't think the offense was goalish. This is Josh Heupel's offense. He's calling the plays. I do think goalish was the guy that knew when to get him going, hit on the big plays, take the chances on fourth down or third and long, when to dial up big hitters. And I don't know if Halsey has that in him or if that trust isn't built where he's ready to listen fully to him. I do think Josh Heupel it just doesn't feel like he's had the feel for four quarters very often in the last 2 years when the offense has been a little less. And I think there's been plenty of games where he's called a great 4 quarters. But there's also some where you're like, what happened in that second quarter? What happened coming out of halftime or several times this year? What was happening in the first half that we could not produce points? So I think he's got to find a way to be a little bit more more well-timed, I guess. I don't know how else to phrase it, because you saw us take those chances on big plays, but it didn't always seem like it was at the most opportune time. And then there's times that you're like, this is it. Like, you've got a one-on-one matchup out here, or man, they're trying to sub guys when they can't because they just got to get them off the field, and we wouldn't take those opportunities. So that's I think him and Halsey got to take a look in the mirror and be like, how do we build? Because there are plenty of times we had really good offensive snaps, really good offensive possessions. Sure. How do we build on that? When do we take it up a notch? When do we try to hit on the big play? And see, maybe get goalish on Zoom or something and talk through his thought process for games. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
go ahead, Coach.
No, I was just going to follow up on that concept, Landon. You can take it if you want, but at least on this channel, we'd come on every week before the film and before the games and go, hey, is this the game the offense breaks out? Is this the week that Nico drops 5 touchdowns and this offense takes off? And I think the reason we were saying that is because everyone could see that it was like, almost like you could grab it. And I, as a coach, kind of would talk about how I've been through that as a coach and how frustrating it is when something's right outside the window and you feel like you can touch it, but you can't hold it. And I guess what I'm getting at here is, do you think it's that far away? Do you think even we need that many tweaks, Landon? Or do you think it's just kind of just a little tweak that's going to make the difference? Is it a big fix or a small fix, I guess is what I'm getting at.
We were in 2022, like that isn't that long ago, and everybody was open. It was long touchdown after long touchdown, and just the explosive plays since that year have just gone backwards. So, how do we get to that point? I don't think it, because like you said, there has been kind of tangible evidence where like, hey, there it is. That's what we're looking for. And it just hasn't been that for a whole full game, especially in big games. We haven't seen that offense just kind of take off the way that it did in 22. And I do think we got a little spoiled in 22. I don't think that should be the expectation going forward, but Josh Heupel kind of did that to himself. So,
Yeah, you come in year 2 and you lead the country in scoring. That shifts expectations, and that's an interesting thing too, man. Like people get mad at me and call me a sunshine pumper and all that type of stuff because I like to remind people where we were. You want to complain about getting bounced in the first round of the playoff, and you want to yell and scream and cuss and cry, and you want to fire somebody. And it's like, to me, Alex Golish, that's the low hanging fruit. And I get it. I love what Caleb said about maybe you get him on a Zoom call and we can. That's essentially what they did. They there's a bunch of eyeballs in the room. They're all watching film together, and it's not like, yes, it's Heupel's offense. Yes, Heupel calls the plays, but everybody on that offensive staff is in the film room. They're all throwing in ideas. They're putting together a game plan. So I think we do miss Alex Golish, but like Coach Jay said, man, all year long we kept saying, all right, we're close, right? Because there were times guys are wide open, Nico overthrows them. There's times guys are wide open and Nico hits them in the hands and they drop it. Offensive line struggled at times. There's so many things you could point to. I just think Alex Golish is the easy out. That's the easiest answer. Right. If the offense struggles, go get rid of the offensive coordinator. But I mentioned expectations because it is funny. Like, it's that 22 years. It's like, all right, well, if we're not scoring 50 points a game, then this offense sucks and I'm ready to move on. How do you manage that, Landon? What are your expectations? A lot of people going into this year said 10-2. That was kind of where a lot of people were at. 10-2, make the playoffs. Everything else is icing on the cake. You go 10-2, you get bounced in the playoffs. Now here come the pitchforks and all that type of stuff. Like, how do you manage your expectations, and kind of what are your expectations for 2025?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of in that same boat that I think me and Caleb both predicted 9-3 and kind of on that verge of being on the playoffs or not. Because we were thinking like, Alabama looks good. Georgia looks good. Georgia's on the road. You're probably going to drop one that you shouldn't drop. And it seems to be like every away game that we go to is that one that we drop.
We can pick them. We're good at that.
Yeah. So I think it's just, like I said earlier, just kind of building on that. Like, go host a playoff game. Go win that playoff game and see where you're at, because, I mean, no one saw Ohio State after that Michigan game kind of go on the run that they did. It sucks that we kind of got them in that first round, but I mean, if you take care of business at Arkansas, you're playing in Neyland Stadium that first week. So I think you're continuing to build. I want to see this team not drop the bad one on the road. Like, it's been South Carolina, it's been Florida. This year it was Arkansas. Can you avoid that horrible loss on the road? I mean, that Mississippi State game, I would like to go to a win on the road. I would like to think that's going to be a win. But after what we've seen the past couple of years, I don't know what to think about this team on the road against a team they should beat. So
maybe let's build on that. Stay home. Maybe I'll just stay home.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Don't worry.
Yeah. We're done with the road games.
Landon changes week to week. I'm pretty solidified in that I will not be going. Don't worry.
Coach Jay's undefeated in Neyland Stadium, so
I am
hosting a playoff game. Like, if we were hosting, we're doing a GoFundMe or something. Sending Coach Jay out there.
Yeah, we'll just do another stream.
Yeah,
there you go.
All the money's going to Coach Jay's pocket. You got to buy him a Mercedes, and we got to get him to Neyland Stadium from California.
No, let's stay on that. Like, if you got a magic wand and you could gift this team one victory, like you could pick one game, cherry pick it. Georgia, Bama, Florida, whoever you want to take. Both of you, what you taking? Which game?
This past year or 25?
This new year coming up.
I think Georgia's probably going to end up being the most important, and the one that, like, until Tennessee does it against Kirby Smart, Josh Heupel does against Kirby Smart, and what they're building over there, and they look like potentially may have gotten better in the transfer portal if they figure out the quarterback situation. Kind of like, I got to see it to believe it. And so I think Alabama's going to probably be very winnable again. They should be a little bit better. Of course, they're so up and down this year. Who knows? Florida, DJ Lagway looks really impressive, but that team is just a weird one right now. So I think Tennessee has a chance. It is at the Swamp, which makes me nervous, but I'll probably take the win at Georgia, or to win against Georgia at home. I don't know. That's a tough one to just like give one win, because you got to find the ones that are winnable before you just start gifting them out. And that's tough, but I think I'd do Georgia.
I think I would go, give me the win in the Swamp. I need it. Like, I need air. I need that one.
If I was going, I would selfishly use it on the Swamp too.
Yeah.
I think it's just
Boogie,
two different. It's two different. It's just two different things. Oh wait, were you gonna ask me a question? Am I allowed to play clips?
I
Am I
was,
allowed to
yeah.
play clips?
No,
On
you can
the
play clips. I just want
charity
to know,
stream?
Boogie. I never root for an injury, but what if Lagway is injured and it's Nico versus Harrison Bailey at the Swamp?
Is Harrison Bailey going to be second string, or will we have to go like 3 or 4 down though?
Why is
That's
he
no knock
transferring
on
to
him.
Florida?
For the
What is he
funness of
doing?
it.
What,
He's
got
going
a
to
walk
beat
on.
out Lagway, like the other transfer that they had.
Like, there's no way. Doesn't he only have 1 year of eligibility left? Like, what are we doing?
He has to.
I don't understand what we're doing.
Like that.
I thought you were going to loft me a softball for the Georgia
No.
clip, but I just think it's two different. Like, you're ready to beat Georgia because you're ready. Like, we got to take that next step, right? We got to start competing with the Georgias. We got to start competing with the Ohio States. We also got to figure out how to win against Florida in the Swamp. Like that's that's what my eyes are on in 2025. Man, I'm ready. Like I was happy with this season. And yes, the Ohio State game was awful. I'm not sitting here defending it, making excuses, saying that it's acceptable and I'm okay with it. That game was terrible. We went live with like 20 minutes left in the game. We were and people yelling at me, Carl in the chats yelling at me, telling me I'm not a Tennessee fan because I quit on the team. And I said, whatever, I've heard that before. But it's time to start not just competing. I'm not looking for moral victories. It's time to go beat Georgia. It's time to go beat Florida in the Swamp. It's time to beat Alabama on the road. And I say that looking at what Josh Heupel's done in Neyland. Like, man, he's been pretty dang special in Neyland Stadium. You've only lost to Georgia in the last 3 years. I think that's pretty dang special. Let me
real quick too. You talked about the expectations for this year, and Landon's right. We said 10-2 is your ceiling. 9-3, 8, probably not 8-4. Just the way this team looks, that's your floor. You go 10-2, and I'm in the boat of like, if someone I saw, it was a funny chat. It was like the most unexciting 10-2 season ever, and it was like, I don't know if there were exciting moments, but it was just very like, at the end of it, I was just very like middle ground on it, and that loss to Arkansas stinks, and people are mad because after seeing what you did, you're like, yeah, you should have won that game, and you're 11-1, and that's what kind of sucks about expectations. If you exceed them or meet them, they just grow. And everyone all season, what you said, Boogie, earlier is get to a playoff and it's all gravy. Well, you get to the playoff and then you're like, all right, it's time to go win it. They lost to Michigan. Like expectations grow and grow. And that's just part of meeting and exceeding them like Josh Heupel's done is that's always going to happen. And you got to find a way to exceed those expectations and beat Georgia and beat Florida away. And yeah, they gotta find a way to keep climbing that ladder.
It's funny because we do a tailgate show before every game, and the fans come on, listeners come on, we hang out. It's just a laid back, chill stream. And we were all talking about Ryan Day and Ohio State's fan base. And it's like they were ready to fire Ryan Day. And he won 11 games 3 years in a row or some nonsense like that, but he can't beat Michigan. And they're ready to run him out of town. And I'm like, guys, like let's remember this conversation. And if we go lose this game coming up against Ohio State, let's not freak out. And they're all like, yeah, we would never do that. We're not doing that. We're happy with where we are. How quickly things have changed when it comes to that. It is what it is. Fan is short for fanatic, right? So that's the way we act and we respond. But like, what are your expectations for 2025 though, Landon? Because for me, in this past season, I know you guys said you were 9-3, borderline college football playoff. I just make stuff up. I'm like 9 wins, 10 wins. If you say everything, then you can always say you were right. I really felt like they could win 10 games, and I felt like the reason for me that I felt like if they'd gone 9-3, I would have felt like that was a disappointment. I would have felt like, all right, we didn't make any progress. So what is a realistic expectation for you in 2025 when you're playing a very similar schedule other than flipping, home and away, and then you got your non-conference games?
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to be 10-2, and I don't know if that's completely fair with, losing the offense or SEC Offensive Player of the Year, kind of a new offensive line, new receivers. You still have, quarterback that needs to take that next step. You're losing a lot on defense with James Pierce and some of that defensive line. I mean, they've done a good job of rotating, so there is some experience there, but I think it's got to be 10-2. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if that's fair because you're replacing a lot off of this team. But I think to take that next step, like you have to prove that you're going to be there year in and year out and have a chance to win one.
Yeah, I agree. Caleb, do you think that maybe this is just my coach's mind, but do you think we're a little too much a prisoner of the previous season? And do you feel like every football season stands on its own? Or do you think it's more of a constant evolution? I've talked to a lot of people about this, and I'm always anxious to get everyone's thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think it's tough because you got to judge certain aspects of it as its own season, like that, especially now in this day and age of the transfer portal. Like teams can seemingly completely change overnight. But it's also about a program, and those coaches, they have their way of doing things, their expectations, and what they try to do. And so there is a lot of this constant where it's like you got to grade it a little bit on the macro level, but you also, every season is different. Not only is your team different, every team you're playing is different. And so that can just vastly change. I mean, I think when you look at 2025 compared to 2024, I think this Florida team can be very dangerous with DJ Lagway at quarterback. And we actually even saw him for a moment in 2024's home game. And then you talk about taking that on the road. And then you factor in past seasons where Tennessee hadn't won there since 2003, I believe. And so you're bringing in a historic rivalry that dates back 20 years. So it's an interesting way to do it. But I do think you got to kind of take it season by season because it can change so much. And that's why, like, I agree with Landon that expectation, what you think this team should achieve is probably 10-2. But I look at it and I'm like, my opinion is this is probably a 9-3 football team on the verge of, I hate to just be like bearer of bad news, they could easily go 8-4, Florida and Alabama on the road. You do have Georgia at home, but again, I don't see that as a game that Tennessee can win at this point. I shouldn't say that. They can win it, but they're not going to be, that's not one you're looking at and you're circling going, they can get one here. And then past Josh Heupel stuff tells us there's going to be a bad loss on the road. And so I think like 8-4 is possible. And so, it's hard. I agree. It's interesting to try to, you want to separate those teams entirely, but you can't because there's a lot of consistencies between them.
Yeah, Boogie, if I could just pick at this a little more and maybe get Landon's opinion on something too. We also talked a lot on this channel how we felt like there was more parity within the SEC in general. Just, everybody was beating everybody. Do you expect that to be the norm now? Like, do you think, on paper, maybe like Caleb's saying, Florida looks like they could be world beaters, but maybe by the time we get to them, maybe not. It's all going to be kind of how the chips fall. Just maybe speak on how you feel about parity, and do you think it's good for the game, and do you think it will help or hurt the Vols?
I think it's super interesting with like every sport, because like you see it in baseball, you see it in basketball this season. It looks like the SEC is going to be that same thing in basketball for years to come. So I got to think it's a good thing for the conference, I guess, which I could care less about the conference. I don't know about you guys.
I'm with you.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. I used to be an SEC proud guy
like mine
until Tennessee sucked for 20 years. And then I
could care less. I hope they lose every game. But yeah, so I think it's going to be that same thing. Is it better? I don't know, because, I mean, they talked about it on the broadcast on the basketball game last night, is like the emotions of each game kind of weighs on you, and you get to the postseason and you're just kind of wore out. Like, and it maybe it was that same way with everybody kind of beat up on each other. They got to the college football playoff, and then it was kind of Ohio State versus everybody else. So I don't know. I would like a little bit more seasons to see kind of what it looks like. But adding Texas and Oklahoma, they should be at least decent teams. Oklahoma wasn't great last year, but also they didn't know what quarterback to play. So if they figure that out, I think they're competitive, and that just makes the conference as a whole pretty strong.
How much different is your mindset of this team, or even just the fan base in general, for 2024? If we get the right draw, if we're not going up against the most ridiculous path to the national championship ever, if they do the seeding right, you got a pretty dang, give me Penn State's, right? Give me Penn State's path to the national championship. All of a sudden, we may be in that college football playoff semifinal, and now everybody's saying, oh, now the next step is to go win the Natty. Like, we're right where we need to be. I'm saying change nothing. Don't change the offense. Don't change the defense. Don't change the game against. Change absolutely nothing. But we get Penn State's draw, and you make it to the college football playoff semifinal. The same issues are there. The same guys hit the portal. Everything is the same. But boy, Josh Heupel, he's one step, boys. It feels like 98. We're winning a Natty in 2025. Isn't it funny? Just perspective.
Yeah, so much can shift your perspective. I mean, I think if Tennessee loses a nail biter Ohio State, a lot of people are not in the same panic mode. I mean, Kelsey Pope was getting his job called for just like 3 weeks ago, and for essentially just guys in the transfer portal that didn't play, and we're like panic button it. And so I think even if it's a nail biter, just change a small portion of that scenario. I think a large portion of the fan base feels very differently about 2025. I think a lot of people are ready to hit panic button. I think there's a ton of questions that need to be answered about a young team, but I also think that Josh Heupel and his staff have kind of earned the right to have like a who hit us with the relax? Was that Aaron Rodgers? The relax.
Yeah.
I think he's earned that right.
Yeah.
Let me hit this real quick. Coach Shay, I know you got a question. Stick with that. Sean Cross says, I know this is a donation stream, but where exactly does the money go again? I'm glad you asked, Sean, because I wish I had told you every day for the last 3 weeks. You're scared of me, bro. You ain't been here on a Tuesday night in a month. What is your problem? But I am glad you asked the question. So I'm going to let Caleb and Landon take a deep breath. I've already made them work overtime. And you want to fire Kelsey Pope? Blame him. Braylon's walking back to his dorm room right now, and he's like, Coach kept us over. I'm sorry, but I let you down. I said, Braylon, how far are you from home? College kids, he just doesn't respond. So I'm just going to play this video. I'm going to let them take a quick breath, and then we're going to get them to go just a couple more minutes here, and then we'll let them bounce off, and we'll get Cameron on. But since you asked, where does this go? It goes to the Fisher House Foundation. They are like a Ronald McDonald House for the men and women of our troops, whether you are currently serving or have previously served. Let's take a listen to this 2-minute video real quick.
We always say that the Fisher House makes the patient a better patient because they don't have to worry. If they had a bad day and a loved one is there at 11 o'clock at night, 11:30, they don't have to worry about, are you going to be able to get home? How are you going to get there? It allows them to heal in a much more complete way. It also makes the families better caregivers, because they don't have to worry about how am I going to get home at 11 o'clock at night. The one constant is this support system, these bonds that are formed amongst the families. They share the joy of the good days, the sorrow of the bad, but the bottom line is they're there for each other. I'll never forget watching the face of one individual when his kids ran in and said, Daddy, you can do it. I know what kids mean to me. I know what my children mean to me. Imagine if you couldn't have your family there because they couldn't afford it. At the end of the day, the strength of this program is the families that we serve and the bonds that are formed. And if what we've done has taken some of the stress away from these families, then we have far exceeded what we started.
I love it, man. I love this charity. I love what they're about. I love what they do. Sean Cross says, what's up? I'm about to set the bar. Sean is not scared to spend money on this channel. Right now, we have raised $1,885 on this stream tonight. Let me go take a look, see if any donations have come through recently. Good old Nate Pruitt has dropped a $50 super. See, I'm so used to Tuesday nights. It's a donation. It's not a super chat. All $50 goes directly to the charity. We don't get a cut. YouTube doesn't get a cut. It all goes to the charity. So shout out, Nate. We appreciate that donation. I think the biggest donation of the night was what, $250? Is that what it was, Coach Jay? I think the biggest donation was $250.
Yeah, I believe so. Oh, no, we had 500, I thought.
Did we have 500?
I thought we had a anonymous, maybe 500.
Yeah, we had an anonymous for 500. Douglas Graham donates $20. We appreciate that. Brian Stedham donates $15. I really wish that StreamYard would fix this so I didn't have to scroll the chat. I think we are caught up. Matthew LaFavor donates $5. We appreciate you, Matthew. Thank you for that donation. We are now $1,890 away. So you do your thing, Sean. You raise the bar. You really want to raise the bar. The top donation ever for a charity stream, Michelle Emmons last year dropped $2,480 directly to the charity. I told you, Coach, that's why we hit $10,000, because Michelle, and now you come in here saying 15,000 and you make me look bad. You make me take the L, and I'm gonna be, I don't think I can say that on a charity stream. I'll just let that go. Jump back in here, Coach. I promise we're gonna get you guys out the door, and I appreciate you guys working overtime because of Coach Pope. One quick question, real quick, Coach Jay, and then we'll get them out the door.
Yeah, we're going to stay on theme, and I know we started picking at it a little bit, but let's rewind in time a little bit. You know, we talked about after the Ohio State game, and maybe if that didn't happen the way it did, you know, maybe people's outlook on this season's a little better. What were both of yours outlook after the Arkansas game? Like, if someone stopped you Monday after the Arkansas game and said, "Hey, Landon, hey, Caleb, what's our record going to be, man? We got Bama coming up. We got all these games coming up. What's our record going to be?" Where were you at after that Arkansas game?
Well, during the Arkansas game at halftime, we were in the upper deck. At halftime,
we're never winning a game again.
I walked out. I did not go to the concession stand. I did not go to the bathroom. I just walked around the upper deck and thought, if I jump from here, would it kill me? Like, is that going to happen? Am I going to break a leg? Am I going to end up in a Fayetteville hospital, for the week? I came back for the second half, immediately got fired up just to be brought right back down to earth. No, it was, I'm emotional. I'm like a child when it comes to Tennessee sports. So the world,
we don't know any of those type of
no, not one.
Yeah. I know the people around me are all like, can you just grow up and quit living and dying on everything that happens on a football field on Saturday? No, I can't. And so by Monday, I mean, I was still pretty optimistic about the schedule, but like, I was also thinking there's no way you're playing in a college football playoff. There's no way you're going to be in contention for an SEC title, towards the back end of this season. It was, I just thought what I saw, and I mean, we still saw it past Arkansas. Like, this offense didn't score in the first half. Your defense just got gashed, and they can't sustain getting gashed for 40 or for 60 minutes. I did not think this team would be in the college football playoff on that Monday following the Arkansas game.
Yeah, Landon.
I had a kind of same experience. I walked out with my wife and a couple of our friends. Caleb was one of them, but he was gone.
No, they stayed around for an extra like 15 minutes. I just left and walked to the car by myself.
So I had a guy, as an Arkansas fan, came up to me. He's like, "Hey, man, such a good game." And I looked at him like I could kill him. Like I was literally going to kill him. And my wife's like, "Hey, man, please don't talk to him right now." So I was just in a mood. So if you would have asked me right after, I'd been like, I don't care. I'm done. But yeah, after that, when you kind of let it go, I mean, you're hopeful and you're just like, man, I mean, did we just South Carolina this 2022, this season right here? Did we just do the same thing? And then we went and beat Bama. I'm like, man, this kind of is the same thing, except kind of that Arkansas game was before Bama. So, yeah, I thought there was a chance, but, I mean, it was a game that it just felt from the jump Tennessee wasn't going to win. And then you come out in the second half hot, and I'm like, okay, well, we're good. And then somehow you just kind of keep letting Arkansas in it, and then they end up kind of like icing it at the end, and you had a chance to win, which – was crazy because the way Tennessee played on offense, I didn't think there was any way we should have won that football game, but we had a chance. I was optimistic, I guess, after I kind of cooled off and got back to Knoxville, but I did not think the college football playoff was a possibility at that point. I did not.
Last thing I'm going to say, and then we're going to get you guys out the door. But the funny thing about that is, yes, it was the most boring 10-2 season ever for us. But going back to what Coach Jay said about parity in college football, it was a fun season of college football. Anybody could beat anybody. Every single week mattered. And I'm the clown that sat here and said expanding the college football playoff is going to devalue the regular season. And then I'm just eating my popcorn every freaking week because college football was a lot of fun for me. We appreciate you guys jumping on with us. Do some plugs and some shilling. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I flip the script a little bit? Can I ask y'all?
Yeah,
bring it.
Course.
Perfect. Can I get a X factor for y'all next season and maybe a freshman like player that has like a Boo Carter type freshman season?
You're gonna go first and take all my answers. Or you want me to go first?
No, go, Boogie, go.
X factor for me is everybody's talking about Nico. Everybody's talking about wide receivers. Everybody's talking about creativity. For me, it's the offensive line. Is Wendell Moy Jr. as good as advertised, as good as his PFF grades look, as good as his 1,000+ passing reps, pass protection reps, allowing 1 sack and 3 quarterback hits. That's a dude. You put him at guard and let's protect Nico. You protect Nico, this offense is going to be way better. That you got to give him time and let him sit back there, and then I think he's going to show you just how dang good he is. Now, who's he going to be throwing the ball? Travis Smith. The dude is a player. We talk about that wide receiver room. We talk about the guys that left. Can Travis Smith get on the field as a true freshman? I know you asked a freshman. Keep your eye on Braylon Staley. I think everybody's talking about Mike Matthews, and I hope Braylon, he's texting me right now. I'm hoping he jumps on later. He may not. I'm going to fill him full. I don't care if it's a charity stream. I'm going to fill him full of piss and vinegar, and I'm going to tell him to go out there and show everybody what he's made of. That's my – go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, if we're talking about freshmen coming in, I'm going to cheat, Boogie. I'm going to go with 2 freshmen that I think could make an impact immediately on offense, and it's both the tight ends, man. I know we're about to review one today. Deshaun Brame, Jack Van Dorselaer. I am very high on both of those guys from an offensive standpoint. I think we are one tweak, one minor injury away from seeing major playing time from not just one of them, both of them. I think you see one of them, period, because of the room and what it's at. But I think absolutely those tight ends, I think, are spot on. I think Heupel knocked it out of the park with both of those guys. And then on defense, I'm going to go Isaiah Campbell. I mean, he's got a little bit of a mission to get onto the field. You know, our defense is going to take some steps, certainly in the front 7. You got guys like Jordan Ross that are going to be coming on, who I'm extremely, extremely high on. But I think Isaiah Campbell is good enough to break that. Kid's an absolute freak, and I could see him being disruptive. I think he's the next in a long line of good front 7 defenders for this Tennessee defense. So I'll go with those 3. Yeah, good question.
I don't think I ignored Landon's question. Pass protection is my X factor, and Travis
Oh,
Smith
X
is my
factor.
freshman.
I didn't have an X factor.
We know an X factor. He thinks Eminem's the greatest rapper of all time. What an idiot!
Clearly Tupac is.
What an idiot!
Yeah. Oh gosh, man. X factor. You know, I'm gonna go with Jordan Thomas being the X factor, playing safety next to Boo Carter. I think he changes the safety position, especially if he can come back healthy. I am really anxious to see both of those guys. Both of them have elite closing speed, and both of them are super, super fast in the back end. So I think Boo is naturally that X factor, but I think paired together, they can make for a dynamic duo.
I like that.
Yeah. All right, boys, give us some shills and plugs on the way out the door. Where can everybody catch up with you? We don't cover what do you call it again? Basketball? Is that the sport they're talking about? We don't cover that around here. We talk Tennessee football all day, every day. But what do you guys got going on over there at More Important Issues? Where can they find you? Subscribe. Show you guys some love.
I guess Landon's going to leave it up to me, and I'll forget something. So I'll let him pick up the slack. Twitter, of course, you can find us there at more_issues. We're also on YouTube, More Important Issues. Trying to grow that channel. We have not been good at it. So we're working on it, trying to get something at least a couple times a week. Plus, we do a live show every Sunday night, and then we do a live show on Thursday nights. That is also on the radio on Fox Sports Knox. So you can catch us there if you're driving and don't want to fumble for a Twitter live stream or a YouTube live stream. Don't worry, we are on the FM and the AM. We can do it all. So yeah, you can find us all there. We appreciate you guys having us on. Love Talkin VAWLS, and we're excited. Maybe we can get you guys over on the More Important Issues channel here soon.
Yeah, we'll do some crossover stuff for sure. Moving ahead, I appreciate you guys not only coming on, but working a little overtime with us tonight. We appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Love it. Thank you guys. Appreciate
y'all. Take it easy. Appreciate you guys.
You got it. Take care, guys.
All right, let's class the joint up a little bit. You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is? It's men and women, right? It's men and women. Next guest was supposed to be on at 8 o'clock. You know what time she popped in the back room? At like 7:50. She's been waiting for 45 minutes.
Oh no!
And then Braylon Staley doesn't show up. Right? He's just like, I got better things to do, Boogie. I got better things to do. I'm not coming on your channel. And then what do? They ask us questions and put us 5 minutes behind. Like it's let's class the joint up. Are you ready? Do you have your visor ready?
I'm ready.
I change it. You got your visor ready in your ponytail?
Uh,
All right, let's class
I
it
don't
up.
have
All
a
right,
phone.
let's talk a little Lady Vols softball. Cameron Sarvis is in the house. What is up? What is up? I can't call you my friend. How are
Howdy,
you?
howdy.
How are you guys?
We're
Doing good.
fantastic. We
Yeah,
are
doing
fantastic.
good.
I gotta look. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk some Lady Vols softball. You're gonna educate us a little bit, but I'm gonna drag you through the mud first because your mom told me a story a long, long time ago that you spent your entire softball career. Am I gonna get this right? Wearing the number 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Derek Jeter was my player. I grew up. That was my dad's like favorite
Smart lady.
player. So yeah.
No.
All in the footsteps.
Don't give her an out, Coach Shea, because you know what happened when she got to the University of Tennessee? They handed her the number 16. I mean, do you know anybody that played sports at Tennessee? I mean, that's some disrespect. We're going to cry about the number 2. I think you should be grateful to wear the number 16.
I know. I mean, I should be grateful, and I am now grateful because it's like it kind of opened up a new chapter of like, oh, this is my 16 era instead of 2. But yeah, I remember when they sent the text and they were like, okay, let's put like in order, let's give you like 3 numbers. And I was like, okay, so 2 has only been my number my whole life. So I was like, what other numbers am I going to throw out there? So then it was like another, I think I picked like 8 and then 16 was last. But now I love it. I love it so much.
Chat's turning on Cameron really quick. They're not fans of Derek Jeter.
How can you not be, man?
I know.
Captain. The captain, Boogie. The play. The play, man. No. You're rooting for like Greg Maddox or something.
That's right, man. Come on. We grew up in Braves country. I mean, I guess.
I mean, my dad is from New York, so that's kind of where I got the whole like Yankees thing. I never honestly really watched their games. I just knew of Derek Jeter, and I was like, okay, he's my one. He's my one.
There you go.
All right, Coach Jay, jump in here. Let's have some fun.
All right. Yeah, I got to dig at this. So it's funny. Me and Boogie were talking in the back room about things, and I'm like, I think Oklahoma's like won like 4 championships in a row in softball. Is that accurate? Number one, am I right about that?
Something around there, yeah.
Okay, how is that annoying? Do you like hate them? Do all the Lady Vols hate them and want to like spit sunflower seeds at them when they walk by when you play them? Like, what? Talk about that rivalry if you could.
I mean, everyone definitely wants to beat the best. So I mean, that's what we're striving for every year. And I mean, they're good. They've always been good, but I think this year, honestly, kind of not even thinking about them, just really focusing on us and how we can do even better than we did last year and really make up for how we were kind of kicked out of the supers last year.
Yeah, like kind of expand on that, like goals for 2025, and not just team goals, personal goals, like 2024 SEC regular season champs, and like you said, unfortunate end of the super regionals against Alabama. But for Lady Vol softball, your team goal, they got to be SEC championship, national championship. But like, what are your personal goals? Like, you come in as a freshman, played in 9 games, finished the season 273 batting average, 3 runs, 5 RBIs, and then last year as a sophomore, UT Sports bio, doing my homework, says you were a key bat off the bench this past season, played in 21 games, got 1 start. So like, what are Cameron Sarvis's goals for 2025, and then what are the Lady Vol softball team goals for 2025?
I would say for me, just honestly building on what I did the past few years and just kind of continuing to learn, continuing to be a great teammate. We really focus on like building a great culture here. So I think just making sure like that is still set in, because we have a lot of new girls, a lot of transfers, a lot of freshmen. So as a upperclassman, I would say just taking on that role as making sure the culture is great, and then doing whatever I can do to help the team is honestly what I'm looking forward to. And then team-wise, obviously win a national championship. We want to be the last team standing. The way we went out last year definitely left a bitter taste in our mouth. So I swear any like Alabama, like license plate I saw, any person that wore a shirt, I was like, all right, like it was kicking my engines. I was getting ready to go. Like I was like, where's season? Like, but yeah.
I love to hear it. All right. Do you have a bat? Like, what's your favorite bat? Is it like what's the brand? What's the ounces? What's the length? Do you know off the top of your head, or do you rotate?
Mantra.
Okay.
Rawlings mantra, 34, and it's drop 9.
Gotcha.
We've gotten some new ghost bats, which I love. Like, that's what I used to swing when I was in travel ball and everything. And then I remember hearing that they used Rawlings up here, and I was like, oh gosh, because I had never swung anything but a ghost. And then I fell in love with the mantras here as well. So that's probably my favorite. I mean, we have gotten so many. Like freshman year, we had these really nice shiny blue ones. As the years gone on, we've gotten these white ones, and now they came out with a gray kind, which was really cool. That's what we've been using a lot this year, and then a navy. So it's been cool. I like all of them. So I'm not picky. Cool. I'm just give me a bat.
Give me a bat. I'll swing the dang thing.
I'm good.
There you go.
What's it like? Because to me, obviously I've known your mom forever, and to me you're always 4 years old, and then it's watching you grow up and watching your mom and dad travel ball, and it's like on the outside looking in, I'm sure people look at them and are why are they doing this? Why are they committing so much time to this? Why are they spending so much time and money? And then it's now here you are. I remember when you committed to the University of Tennessee, I'm this is the coolest thing ever. Just so cool to see that happen. What's mind blowing about it for you? When you get to Tennessee, I just saw an Instagram video of the baseball team, and they're getting their custom wrist guards, and they're measuring everything's what's it like for Lady Vols softball? You come in and it's just oh wow, this is VIP treatment for a small kid from East Tennessee.
No, for real. I'm so grateful for everything they've given us. Whenever I was going through my recruiting process and everything, obviously I had a lot of supporters, my coaches, everybody, my family. But there were people that were you make your list of schools and you're okay, your dream, and then what are some more realistic is what I was told, goals. And that was kind of I want to make it to my dream. Tennessee was my dream. It was my number one. So just being told that and then actually making it was a dream come true. And yeah, the swag, I mean, they hook you up. We got some Lady Vols swag now. They really are pulling up with the Summit Blue colors. So I'm just grateful for it all.
Go get that Cameron Sarvis t-shirt jersey too. Is that still available? There you go.
They do it. They open it, I think, before every spring season. So it's called a jersey. And it closes. So you have to sell a certain amount before they allow you to actually sell the shirts and get them ordered and everything. So there's a short amount of time that you can order them, but we try and publish that and promote that as much as possible. But it's not really shown to everybody, so I try my best. My family and hometown friends really pull up for me in that aspect.
Nice. We'll blast it out there. If you don't remember to let me know, make sure your mom texts me, and we'll blast it out there. And we'll join one Terry Adcock in promoting that and getting the word out on that.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Boogie, we've gone a long time without talking about me and your favorite subject, food. And I want to talk about snack bar at a baseball game. When I go to the snack bar at a baseball game, they've got these at the Little League field by us, they have these nachos with the really thin guacamole that goes on top of the cheese. I'm getting that with a fun dip. What's your go-to at a baseball or softball game snack bar food?
This is tough. I mean, I am a nacho girl.
Jalapenos? What are you putting on those nachos?
I can't do spicy stuff. That's you have to dare me. I'd have to get some money out of that. I can't be doing spicy things. I would say nachos if they have Lizzie's. Get you a good hot dog. Oh yeah, we have those. It's a thing every time we go to the football games. Me and my teammates we're getting a glizzy. That's why we're going.
Yes, indeed.
You see, I'm from East Tennessee, and I don't care anything about baseball food. What I care about, we like to ask people, what's your go-to fast food? What's your go-to dining experience? But if we're going to talk East Tennessee, what's your pals order? That's
pull up the pals. I was about to say, if you were about to ask me my favorite fast food, it's pals. And you'd be surprised the amount of people here that are I'll show them photos, and they're like, that place is good. I'm like, you are missing out.
I've heard people, because my wife used to work with a lot of people from out of town, and they would come in town and they would try pals and not. I think it's a local thing. I think it's when you have it, you love it, whereas outsiders maybe not so much. But what's the go-to order?
I would say a toasted cheese, add bacon, and then a fry, add heat, add salt, and then a Razzie Sprite.
Oh my gosh, you sound like my daughter. I just got on Pals yesterday, and it's a peachy mellow yellow. I'm like, do I really have to say that?
Well,
out loud?
I have 2 different orders. That's my lunch order, and then breakfast, I have to get the cheddar rounds, add extra salt, add heat, and then the biscuits and gravy. Mm-hmm.
See what you're missing, Coach? That was
I
in my
haven't gone to
plans
Pals
when you came out here and stayed
I
with us,
know.
and we never made it to Pals because problems happened the night before.
Oh,
Yeah, Go ahead.
I took my teammates. 2 of them came back with me last year for Thanksgiving, and I was like, "You guys have to try Pals. You guys have to." And then we went there like 3 days out of the days we were there, and they were like, "This is so good." And I got Carlin stuck on it now as well.
You can't go
Love
wrong
it.
with Pals. Shout out Justin White. I appreciate you being a member of the channel. Thank you for that support. But guys, keep those donations coming in. Let me see where we're at. We're at $2,625
Very
raised so
nice.
far. Keep smashing the thumbs up. Keep sharing out the link. Keep letting people know that we are live. Put eyes on this stream so we can continue to raise money. I forgot to shout out Sean Cross. Sean's like, what's the highest donation? I said $500. And then we get a random, mysterious, anonymous donation for $525. I wonder who that could have been. But thank you for that. That's ridiculous. Very generous donation. I would love nothing more than somebody to beat Sean's anonymous donation of $525. Soar the Demon drops a $50 donation. Shout out, Robbie. Appreciate you, brother. Timothy McGee donates $20 to the Fisher House Foundation. Timothy, you are the man. Am I caught up there? We got an anonymous donation for $50, another anonymous for $50, an anonymous for $20. I think I am caught up. Yes, I'm caught up on the donations. Keep them coming in. We appreciate you guys. We got a couple of more minutes here. We're going to get Eric Kane, Austin Price on from ballquest.com. You mentioned culture earlier. I want to go back to softball real quick. You mentioned culture, relationship with Karen Weekly. Like everything I see on especially Instagram from the Lady Vols softball account, it's like, man, it just seems like you all are a tight-knit group. We talk a lot on this channel about Josh Heupel. A lot of the players that come through talk about like it's a legit family. It's not nonsense. It's not a sales pitch. What's the Lady Vols softball culture like? And is that kind of genuine what we're seeing on social media?
Yeah. So when I was actually in the whole recruitment process, like that was a big thing with me, was like making sure that wherever I'm going, it's like a family feel. And that's exactly what I got here. It's like you have a mom, and then it's like you have all your sisters with you, and they are just looking for like the best. They are going to make you the best person, the best softball player, and just everything in general. They don't just care about your softball career. They care about how you come out after. And it's truly amazing. Like a lot of these girls are like going to be in my wedding. Like, it's just, I am so grateful for the opportunity, because I know there's tons of people that sometimes go places, have to transfer out because their experience wasn't the best. And I'm just so grateful for all the girls, Karen, all our coaches. It's been amazing.
Very cool. Very cool. So every now and then I'll watch the MLB All-Star game, and they'll show like a practice, and they'll bring in like a girl Olympic pitcher, and they'll strike the guys out. Have you guys ever called out Tony V or any of his guys, brought him over and made them look silly and put them in their place?
Well, actually, it was my freshman year, and we do this thing called Rocky Top Royale. So it's like this big banquet we do at the end of the year for all the athletes, and they'll like have sports go to other sports, and they'll video and make this funny thing about them trying to play the opposite sport. So freshman year, we had, I think it was SEMO. I think Kirby was there. I can't remember who else was hitting off them, but I remember Ashley Rogers was pitching. And I think she made a few of them look pretty silly. Not gonna lie.
That's awesome.
Yeah, coach was thinking he could survive in the batter's box. I don't think he wants that.
It would be ugly. It would be ugly. I don't want that smoke. I talk smack when you're not on here, but you get me in front, I will go down in a ball of flames.
I mean, they were talking some smack too, and they got shut down real quick. So.
Oh yeah, it's just different, man. The ball moves differently. Like, I played baseball a long time, but I can't imagine like just how they'll rise on you. It's just got a completely different movement that if you're not used to, it's like good luck.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Very cool.
All right. It has been awesome, Cameron. Tell everybody. I wanted to get you on for just a straight up, legit, full on stream, and we can still do that. I just want to do it. We'll figure out your schedule. We'll get you back on. We'll do some stuff. But where can everybody follow you? Twitter, Instagram, wherever you want them to show you some love, show you some support. So when that jersey comes out, they can go pick one up.
Yeah, I think Instagram is Cameron.Sarvis. Twitter, I think, is Cameron Sarvis, or could be Cameron.Sarvis as well. TikTok, Cameron.Sarvis.
Wait, still there? Is it still there? I don't know, Coach Jay. Is it still there?
I had to mourn for like 12 hours because it disappeared, but we're back.
Okay.
TikTok. I got no
All
idea.
right.
Brad in the chat sends me TikToks. I'm like, bro, I'm 43 years old. I ain't got time for this. I don't.
Is he dancing? Is he doing a little dance?
I would imagine. Like it's Brad.
Okay.
Of course, he's like dancing around. It's Brad. It's absolutely ridiculous. All right, Cameron, we appreciate you. Best of luck. Go get that natty. Go get that natty.
Yeah,
We're pulling
thank
for
you
you.
guys so much for having me.
Appreciate you coming on. Have a good night.
You too.
Awesome.
All right, let's
cool.
let's play another quick little video. Again, the night is all about raising money for our men and women of the troops through Fisher House Foundation. So I want to play another clip here. We'll take a look at it. Let me find it. Here we go.
On January 22nd, 2011, my husband was on a dismounted patrol in the Zari district of Afghanistan, and where he stepped on a 40-pound bomb, better known as an IED, an improvised explosive device. He instantly lost both of his legs and also lost his right elbow. He was medically evacuated off the battlefield and eventually to Walter Reed in DC, which is where I met him, and we began our journey of healing. Without Fisher House, we would have ran through our emergency funds. We would not have been able to have been together as quickly as we were. We would not have been able to heal as a family. Thanks to Hero Miles, I was able to take care of both my husband and my children by flying back and forth for over 12 weeks while my husband was recovering from his catastrophic illness and our daughters finished school. Our kids were 5 and 8 at the time, so we were trying to minimize the trauma as much as we could. And so we were trying to figure out where was the best place to meet Dad again. We discussed several options, and then our social worker came up with the idea of the Fisher House living room. The girls, walked into the Fisher House as if it was just some other house, and hey, there's Dad. It created such a great positive environment for the girls to have their first day with their dad. It went so well that the girls came in, gave their dad a hug, and said, good to see you, Dad. There's a playground outside. So having that kind of precursor to this is the new normal, I think helped them a whole lot in the transitional part. We all know family is the best medicine. We know having the people there that love you helps you heal. He wanted to make sure he was a good role model for them. He wanted to show them, yeah, I got knocked down, but watch me get up. And not only that, he and I together were like, this is what a partnership is. So 10 years later, it's been 10 years, and the girls are now 19 and 16. Chaz goes to physical therapy twice a week. He's still trying to walk. He won't ever be able to walk every single day just because of his size. He's doing great. I mean, considering everything, knock on wood, we've not had any really big health battles or health scares, and hopefully we can stay that way for a while.
Man, that one got me. That one got me. That's what Fisher House brings to the table, man, for the men and women of the troops. Like I said, it's about community. It's about family. That's what tonight is all about. We've all shared stories on this channel, all of us, everybody, man, pretty much everybody that rolls through this channel. You got some type of family, like my little stepbrother served, my older stepbrother served, my dad served, my grandfather served in World War II. Like we all have those connections, man, and we're grateful for the sacrifices that the men and women of our troops make. And that's what tonight is all about. So if you can afford to give, continue to donate. We set a lofty goal. If we don't reach it, I don't care. Let's raise as much money as possible and help us share the word, man. If you can't afford to give, you can still help the stream. Hit the thumbs up, go retweet, hit that share button, man. You can put it on Facebook, Twitter, wherever. And you may feel like, I'm not doing that. That's pointless, man. Every share puts another set of eyes on this stream. And that's what it's all about, is raising awareness. And I'm grateful to everybody that's rolling through this thing tonight. All the guys that we've had on so far. Having Cameron on was a lot of fun, man. Something different, something fun. Bringing different eyeballs to this charity. That's what it's all about. We are now up to $2,765 on the night. Keep those donations coming in. Let me roll down here. Let's see if we can scroll back up here. Coach Jay dropping another 20. That's what we call rallying the troops on a Tuesday night. We can rally the troops. What is today? Wednesday? We can rally the troops on a Wednesday night. Preston Porter donated $100. Thank you, Preston. We appreciate it. Big TSNSD donates $20. Thank you for that donation. We appreciate it. Let's see. I think I'm caught up there. Let me roll back down. All right. We are caught up on donations. Keep those things coming in. Coach Jay, did you learn anything about softball? Are you going to pick up a Cameron Sarvis jersey? See, I'm old. I
think I'm going to have to. I think I'm going to have to, man. That's pretty cool. That was a good interview. I immediately knew I would strike out if I had to face them in an at-bat. Man, I can't. I'll tell you what, Boogie. I think I could hit the ball, but I can barely turn around in my car and grab something from the back seat nowadays, man. I don't know. I'm getting old. Coach Jay,
is that your old age? Is that your old age?
It must be. It must be. I'm not getting any younger. And as Matt Begley pointed out, you got to support her. She's a Jeter fan. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
But let's be real. Don't you like how she says, I'm a Derek Jeter fan, and then she says, I never watched him play? Like, that's not a Derek Jeter fan. What are we doing, Cameron?
Instantly made me feel old.
You know how cool it is, though? Like, again, I worked with her mom forever. And like, again, just seeing that story, that progression, it's like she's a little kid just playing softball. She loves softball, but then it starts getting more and more serious. And then it's like they're taking her to South Carolina. I think the travel team she played for was in South Carolina. And it's like, what are we doing? Like, where are we going? Carolina Elite was the name of the team that she played for. And then it keeps getting bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger and bigger. And then she commits to Tennessee. I'm like, oh, this is the real deal. So I'm excited to see what her future looks like. Went to the same high school as Kirby Connell. Is it Connell? Cannell? I never know how to say it. I bet Kaner will know when we add him on the show here coming up in just a little bit. But they went to the same high school. Fun hearing some of those stories. We got VolQuest coming up next. We're waiting on AP to jump in here. We got another donation coming through. We got Destination with a $20 donation. We appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Man, having a good time. It was fun having more important issues on the show. It's always fun to talk to somebody that, like, when you and I get on here, I know where you stand. We talk about football every single day. Forget on air. We talk about it off air, text me. You're one of those weird friends that you tweet, you message me on Twitter, and I was doing something else promoting the show, and I went to text you back. And I'm like, why is this text message not here? Like, it's Twitter. It could be a text message. It's the super secret bat phone, but it's always fun to talk to somebody different. And I liked hearing their perspective, and they seemed content. They seemed happy with 2024, excited for 2025. Like, what they asked about X factors. What other X factors would you throw in there for you for 2025?
I just think growth, flat out. I think it's the thing that has been sold on above all things. And it's tough, Boogie, because you can't predict it, right? But the fact of the matter is, let's take Jalen Hyatt 21 to 22, right?
Yeah.
Cedric Tillman 20 or 19 to 21. I mean, every player, for the most part, I mean, you'll run into a player here and there, who goes backwards or regresses. Sure, that does happen. But for the most part, players evolve. Players get better. You get older. You start to get your man strength. You spend time in a college weight room with a college nutritionist. You're honing your craft in. You go from high school ball. I can tell you, it is highly regulated how many hours you can practice. And I know it is in college too, but in college, a lot of teams really self-discipline and self-practice and work out on their own, have their own, exercise specialist and run their drills with them. And it just becomes to where you're spending, the top end high school kids maybe spending 5 hours a day on it. It's your whole life. It's pretty much your whole life. So there will be growth on this team. Now, is it enough growth in every position to affect enough change to take a step? I don't know. But I think to ignore it and to not realize that there should be growth and could be great growth is also foolish. So I would say growth is a huge, huge X factor for me coming up this season. How much can Nico grow? How much can these? We talked about these, not so much even our starting offensive line, Boogie, but we talked about these other guys, your rotational guys, your Sham Umarovs, your guys you haven't seen, your Gage Ginthers, your Bennett Warren, whoever may be filling in when those guys are taking a breather, when someone tweaks their ankle, does that blue chip talent fill those holes better? Do we have growth in that regard? Does the defense grow? Does the secondary take another step forward? I think this defense has gotten better every single year under this coaching staff. Can they take another step? I think growth is a huge, huge thing that no one is really accounting for. I think everyone's taking a look at this roster and going, you know what, Coach Jay, I saw this roster play against Ohio State and elite talent, and they don't got that, because five-star Mike Matthews hadn't grown into a five-star beast out there yet, right? Does he take that step? So it's just all those growth issues. Now, I'm not saying they will or they won't, but I'm just saying, do they? It will be interesting to keep an eye on. It could be a huge X factor for us.
I love the point about Jalen Hyatt, right? If he was the same player in 2022 that he was in 2021, then we're not having all these conversations about that 2022 offense. We're not talking about his performance against Alabama. We're not talking about scoring 50 points a game and being the number one scoring offense. And, when you hear Jalen Hyatt talk about it, and he talks about, man, I didn't know how to go about things the right way, and looking to veterans and asking them, what do I have to do to get to your level? And then putting in that personal work, right? And to get that key word that you're talking about there, to get that growth from one year to the next. And that's what, just the offense, look at the offense. What if Braylon Staley takes that step to the next level? What if Mike Matthews, Chris Brassel could take that step? Like you said, Nico, I think so many people, and we're guilty. A lot of it's all our fault. They all tuned in to Talkin VAWLS. They said that freaking California kid told us all about Nico and how great he was. It's his fault. Blame him.
Pitchforks.
Nico is not going to be defined by the 2024 season. Nico's not going to be the same quarterback from one year to the next. So who can make that growth? And that's why, to me, and I get frustration. I fire Tim Banks, I understand people are frustrated.
Sure.
The continuity of this coaching staff for me is huge. It's huge for that buzzword growth going into next year. And I know you mentioned the defense. I think this defense, as good as it was in 2024, I think they can take another step in 2025. And I get it. You're losing James Pierce. Who else are you losing? Keenan Peely. You missed him half the year as it was. Can Jeremiah Thielander? Can Edwin Spillman come along with can Arian Carter continue to get better? And then, of course, Jamar McCoy with the knee injury. I think Ricky Gibson has the potential to get better. You're returning a lot of guys on this defense. And like I said, James Pierce obviously off to the NFL. But what did we just talk about the other day when it comes to the edge position? And Joshua Josephs, Caleb Herring, Jordan Ross. And then you got the guys in the class of 25. You were just stacking talent on top of talent on top of talent. And if this coaching staff can develop, that's where that growth comes from. And you got that continuity, and guys continue to grow, take steps. This team could be pretty dang special in 2025. Let me catch up, see what's going on with the donations here. We're continuing to wait on AP. Poor Kaner, man. Kaner's just sitting down there in the back room. His hair looks great. He's adjusting his hoodie, getting ready, and he's blaming AP. He's like, it's AP's fault. I'm like, well, we'll see when AP rolls in here. But, hey, we're the kings of improv. I do it every Tuesday night. A little less profanity tonight. But we are up to $3,210 raised so far on the night. Let me go back over here and see those individual donations coming through. Let me scroll back up. Let's see. Where did we leave off? We left off with Desolation Destination. We got an anonymous donation for $20. We appreciate that. And another anonymous donation for $100. Thank you for that one. Ron the Don is in the house. We should have brought Ron the Don on and just given him a microphone. Can you imagine? It's like one of those on-air pledge things. That's what I feel like we're doing.
He's on the phone.
Clips. Yeah.
Imagine Ron the Don calls you and it's
he'd be back there on the phone. Oh, that would have been Oh gosh, can you
Sir,
imagine?
can you afford $50 more? $50 more, and we house a troop tonight, sir.
Yes, let's go, man.
Come on, Ron
Next
the
year,
Don. Come on
next
down.
year, Ron the Don's going to be sitting back there at the Pac-Man machine on the phones. Kaner figured it out. He dropped a $50 donation.
Woo!
Shout out, Eric. We got an anonymous for 20. We got Kevin Dusack for $20. April Sarvis, Cameron's mom, dropped a $50 donation. Shout out, April. Appreciate you. Mrs. Coach J, do you know that she's spending your money? She dropped a $50 donation as well. All right, we are caught up on donations. Where do we end up at? Where do we end up after that last run? $3,210 raised. Let's get the boys on here from ballquest.com. Eric Kane, Austin Price are in the house. What's going on, fellas?
About time, AP. Where you been, man?
Oh my God. My wife's like, I need you to fix the fireplace because my 11-year-old gets down there and she's down there pushing the buttons up and down. All of a sudden, it quits working, and then I'm down here on my hands and knees trying to relight a pile of light, and then I look at my phone and Kane's like, "Are you coming?" I'm like, "Oh my God."
Dude, this weather is oh gosh, we're talking weather. See, the kids are gone. The college athletes are gone. We bring the old timers on and we're talking about weather, but my heat pump is just running nonstop and it's still freezing in my house. All right. I was going to say we won't talk about weather, but guess what we're not going to talk about? You guys know what the deal is. Like, we have so many players roll through this channel, and it's fun to talk ball. It's fun to talk about, the recruiting process, the culture at Tennessee. All that stuff is fun. But you know what I like to do? I like to get to know the kids as humans, as people, who they are, their interests, what they like. And I say it all the time. One of my favorite YouTube content is the Vol Club Confidential, because that's what you do, AP. You get to know them as people. I talk to Kaner twice a week during the season about football, and quite frankly, I get sick of talking to him. It gets old. I want to learn about you guys, so we're not talking football. We're not going to ask AP for a percentage of whether Carnell Tate enters the portal. We're not going to do that. We're not talking about it, and I'm going to start with my favorite question. It's my favorite question. Kaner, you're going to be on the spot first. It's the zombie apocalypse. Zombie apocalypse. The world's ending. It's over.
That's too bad, by the way, Eric, because I was probably going to maybe give you a good percentage on that, but we'll leave that.
Give him that wink, AP. Give him that wink and a nod and tell him to come over to the GQ and they can find out the latest on Carnell Tate. Zombie apocalypse, Kaner. The world's ending. You got to build a survival team. It consists of you and 4 other people from the Knoxville media. It doesn't have to be VolQuest. Get creative. And I can't just have names. I got to know why that person is there. And then you got to name a leader. And why is it yourself?
It's not myself. I'm going to Brent Hubbs for sure, because farmer, he's smarter than everybody in the room, and he's the leader. So Brent Hubbs is there.
I'm sucking up already.
It's a group where there's not a lot of people that are just jumping out right now that would join my survival team. I guess Grant Ramey, because he goes to the gym every single morning and he'd get us in position to feed us. Gosh, AP, help me out here.
I think you have to take Matt Ray, because if you get in a situation like Deliverance, he's the best chance to talk you out of the river wild down there.
Somebody outside of VolQuest. I'm trying to think right now.
Well, that's a good question.
I think that tells you what you need to know about our group and the media.
All right, AP, same question. Give us an answer.
I would take. He's kind of part media and kind of part not. I would take Kevin Simon, because that dude is still yoked, and I need the strength. I'm with Eric. I would definitely take Brent Hubbs as the leader. Brent is like, anytime you need advice or how to see something from 1,000 feet above, he's always got the right answer. Always has the right answer. And so, I would definitely take him. Outside of that, I don't know. That's a great question. There're probably some guys, that might, catch my interest, but, I'm just not thinking of them off the top of my head in the survival situation.
My favorite answer from a player, I think it was Amari Jefferson, but I don't remember who he threw out, but it was an offensive lineman. Like, he's naming all these dudes, and he names an offensive lineman, and then it registered. I said, you want somebody bigger and slower than you in case the zombies are coming. And he was like 100%. I don't want to be the slowest guy in the room, so he threw an old offensive lineman under.
I mean, I do think if you take Jimmy Himes, he in a survival situation, if there was some type of grizzly bear or whatever, he could dance and draw the attention of the grizzly bear. You know, I mean, we all seen his cooking prowess with the gumbo. So I mean, like, you know, I'm not, maybe part of that was a survival situation. I thought one of those things looked like an eyeball. So I mean,
I'm trying to think, like, do any of us hunt? I don't think any of us hunt that I know of.
No crucial skill.
I mean, a couple of us fish. But...
animals?
Yes. Like, I think we're screwed, to be completely honest, man. I mean, the media group, we're screwed.
I personally like that we mentioned somebody slow that would be the sacrificial lamb, and Jimmy Himes gets brought up, but we'll leave that alone. Go ahead, Coach Jay, jump in here with something. We're just having fun tonight. That's what we're doing.
I got a little bit of a fun one that might be tough. All right, so I'm the director. I've decided to make VolQuest the movie. Who plays a young Brent Hubbs in VolQuest the movie?
Steve Blake. I mean, that was a comparison for so many years. You know.
Hold on. I had to Google it. Dude, this is the greatest thing ever.
You've never seen that comparison on VolQuest of Steve
No.
Blake?
I haven't. No, either have I.
God.
Oh, that's awesome.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
This is the funniest thing I've ever seen because it is so accurate. That is absolutely amazing. Young Brent Hubbs. Young Brent Hubbs.
Okay, that's tough to beat.
Tanner, who you got? Yeah, I don't think you got an answer for that.
I mean, I think it's uncanny the resemblance there. So I'm not sure we can move past that.
Yeah, we'll roll with that one. So let's go TV, movies, Netflix, YouTube. Kaner, you don't have much time. You're the busiest man in media, is what you tell me all the time. What are you watching? TV, movies, YouTube, any shows?
I'm watching anything that Taylor Sheridan puts out right now. Just finished Landman. I'm starting Lioness right now. Yellowstone's over, of course. Anxiously waiting 1923 for it to come back around at the end of February. So big into the Paramount Plus shows right now. Fire Country, new season coming out here in a couple of days. But yeah, pretty much anything in the Yellowstone universe I'm all about. So that's kind of what we're watching these days.
How good was that the end to the last season? That second half, at first, me and my wife were like, this is going to be slow. It's focusing on the ranch hands more, and obviously Kevin Costner left the show, and I'm like, you're not going to get it. Man, I thought they could have kept running with it. I thought they could have kept going with that show for a couple of more seasons, even without.
Well, they could. There was so much juice, and I mean, you could tell they had to accelerate everything. Like,
well, they are with the spinoff to Beth and Rip, and it's going to include some people. So, I mean,
yeah. Like they gave up on the
Yellowstone anymore.
Spoilers, anybody? They gave up.
No, he said don't spoil again.
like he's not even a character anymore, right?
Greatest show of all time is Andy Griffith.
I knew that answer was coming. I knew it.
It is the greatest show of all time. As a kid, Dukes of Hazzard for me. I loved old school Matlock, another Andy Griffith show. I also loved Unsolved Mysteries as a kid. Now that thing was creepy. Robert Stack. That voice and him in that trench coat was fantastic. Modern day, I love 24. I think Jack Bauer is the greatest, just badass, so to speak. He's fantastic. I love NCIS. Like I could watch NCIS. That thing every week is just. I mean, it's a new story. I mean, like the way they reinvent things, and the way they've had, main characters leave and go and all that, and still just continues to be, right there at the top every year is fantastic. I'm with Kane. I do think there's two with anything Taylor Sheridan. I will say if you're on Amazon, Reacher is really good. They've got season 3 coming out here in a few weeks, and then The Night Agent on Netflix. I thought season 1 was really good.
Comes out tomorrow.
That's right. I'm a big fan of that. Now we've got Double Boogie Bentley, and that's creeping me out a little bit.
True professional. My Chrome just crashed on me. Sorry.
So you had a frozen boogie there for a second. Didn't even notice. That tells you all you need to know. But that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I love good comedies. I love good TV shows, and I can watch just about anything. Except for my wife watched some movie last night on Netflix, I think called Lion or something. And it was subtitles. It didn't even have a word of English in it. And I was like, at one point I was like, by the way, I want a divorce. And she goes, why? And I said, it's the show you're watching. It's the worst thing of all time.
Did you ever go back and you mentioned Dukes of Hazzard earlier? Have you gone back and watched it, like as an adult?
Yes, I still love it. My kids will watch it. My favorite episode is when it's the combo episode where Coy and Vance and Bo and Luke come back. And because like Coy and Vance were no Bo and Luke, but in that one instance, all of a sudden you had all four of them. Roscoe, Flash, Rob has a basset hound, so every time I see that thing, I call it Flash. Boss Hog. Of course, everybody loves Daisy, but I loved everything about that show.
Where can you watch it?
Well, I watch it on. That's a great question. Now it kind of got canceled during, the last several years, especially with the flag on top of the car. But I mean, I've got DVDs of it here at the house. So
that's what I've got. The first season. I got the first season. All right, Coach, jump in there, buddy.
Love it. Let's go back to the snack bar. I love that question for everyone. What's your snack bar order? What are you going with? You going hot dog, nachos, fun dip? What is Eric Kane and Austin Price ordering when you go up to a snack bar window?
What's the event? We had a baseball game. We had.
Let's go baseball.
Baseball. You got to get a hot dog. Got to get a hot dog and beer. Soft serve ice cream is fantastic. That's kind of my go-to at baseball. If I'm at a movie or something, it's popcorn. Everybody orders candy and puts the candy in the popcorn of the movie theater. I'm not huge on that because I think the butter makes it kind of gross. But baseball game, hot dog and a beer, movie, just a simple popcorn. Yeah,
nice.
That's about it. What about you, AP?
It's peanuts. Peanuts at a baseball game. Anything outside, it's peanuts. I don't know, probably candy at a game at Thompson Bond Food City Center. But if it's a football game, baseball game outside, give me a bag of peanuts and I'll just sit there and it'll look like sagebrush underneath me at the end of the game.
I think Gabriel Cinda just said when he was on the show, he put Skittles in the popcorn.
Yeah.
I can get the chocolate like that.
Yeah.
Skittles? That's a little weird.
Jesse Simonton was gummy bears and vodka.
I could get that.
So is every other sorority girl out there too. So
I can get down with that. Neither one of us back. We're like, oh, I can see that.
I'll never forget. It was the 2019 Tax Slayer Bowl, and the last several years when we go to a bowl game, we just rent a house instead of staying at the media hotel. We're podcasting, we're doing all this stuff. It's just easier to be functional and be in a house. And we went to the grocery store and he got gummy bears and vodka, and he was back at the house dipping them. This is all after Jesse's went out and run 7 miles, and he's out there doing pull-ups and stuff. I mean, he's ripped. Unlike me, who's fat and out of shape. But he's a jewel for that.
Let's see. Cool. Let me catch up with a couple of donations here real quick. We're up to $4,215 raised, and we got a freaking very generous donation. We got Wade Rouse dropping a $5 donation, which we appreciate you, Wade. Flyfish21 drops $1,000. He drops $1,000 donation to the Fisher House Foundation. We appreciate you, Flyfish. That is very, very generous, my man. Thank you for that donation. Again, nothing goes to us. Nothing goes. YouTube doesn't take a cut. You can see on the stream down there that it's designated as a charity stream. So every penny that you guys donate goes directly to Fisher House Foundation. So we appreciate that, man. That is a very generous donation. You told a little story on Grant there, kind of making fun of him in the old VolQuest house. What's a funny recruiting story or player interaction that you can go into on air? And if you can drop names, if it's funny, if it's been a long enough time, AP, we'll kick it off with you, and then Kaner, you think one up. Just funny player interaction or story.
There's always fun interactions. I texted with Amari Jefferson back a few weeks ago, and he was still at Alabama at the time. And I had a buddy of mine from down there had saw him and taken a picture of him, and in Tampa. And so I just messaged him. I was like, nice gray hoodie or whatever. And he was like, are you here? And I was like, no. And he's like, how do you know what I'm wearing? If you understand our relationship.
It's probably lose my number.
He's like, no. He goes, only you would have somebody on the Alabama team bus. like that would know what I'm wearing, and then of course, he ends up going in the portal shortly thereafter and coming to Tennessee. And so it's even more funny after that. So, but there's all kinds of fun player interactions. I just, off the top of my head, that's.
I know, AP, I know you're going to miss the crap out of him. He's kind of your guy, but I'm going to miss hallway conversations with Cooper Mays.
Next year. They're colorful.
I mean, a guy that just kind of comes in there. I mean, we go over there for media a couple of days a week, and there's a lot of downtime in between then, so we kind of walk around a little bit, and he'll come out there and he'll have to wait for somebody to finish or something, and just emotions on the sleeve. Whatever's on his mind, he's just going to talk. He's just going to say it. Just so funny, so smart. He hit Bryson Easton's returning, obviously, so like he's another guy that's kind of like that. But kind of crossing paths with the guys in the facility there outside of the media. That's always kind of fun for me.
Both of the Mays brothers, man. When you all did the show with Swain at the barbecue joint, they're just they have a future in media if they want it. Just natural talkers. Sorry, AP, go ahead.
I was going to say Cooper. It doesn't take a lot, even if Cooper's like in a decent mood. If you just get him to start talking about UT parking services, it deteriorates in a hurry, and in a colorful hurry. So, if you know the right buttons to push with some of them, it becomes even more fun.
We're gonna ask AP a question here that's more directed at him. So, Coach Shay, cook one up for Kaner after this. But this is a little fun golf question. You can pick one club in the bag, and it automatically becomes your best club. You pure it every time. Distance control, shot shaping. It becomes your go-to club. Nothing else changes with your game. That one club becomes your best club. Can't be the putter though. Can't be the putter.
It'd be my driver. Well, it'd be my driver because that's the one that. I've gotten better with it the last 5-6 months. Of course, I've not played in the last 2 or 3 because it's been too cold and everything. But like back at the end of last golf season, I was really at my driver pretty well. So if I could pick one club to make that my go-to, it would be my driver. Because if I can get that in play, then it drastically changes a lot for me.
Gotcha. Okay, Kaner. I know we're both old linebackers. Coach Inge walks up to you. You got to do one rep in a hitting drill against one current Tennessee player. Who you picking? You can't take the punter or the kicker.
I was going to say, can I take a long snapper? I mean,
I know we're going to lose no matter what.
Give me a walk-on wide receiver at this point in my life, right? And he'll still probably beat me.
Gotcha.
I mean, none of those guys. But, hey, Coach Jay? What rep would you do? What drill? What linebacker drill in practice would you go out there and dominate today?
Today? None. I mean, it's probably the same answer. None. I'd like to think I have like one more Oklahoma drill or something like that left in me, but in reality, I think I'd be sucking gas before I even made it to contact.
Yeah, like Oklahoma drill, no chance. But if we could do like the running the alley, like trail backside
there
hip.
You go.
I think maybe I could, because I'm already like 4 steps behind him. Maybe I can get that cut back. That's probably the only chance I'll have nowadays.
What's the confidence change, AP? It was I wouldn't take a rep. Now it's like all of a sudden I'm going to win the rep. He's getting a little bit confidence down there, Kaner.
Well, he starts talking himself into fool's gold.
Yeah,
we all do it in some form or fashion. Sometimes it's me on the golf course. Sometimes it's coaches with a player or recruits. We all talk ourselves into we can like it's kind of like like you start out with. There's no chance, and then a day later, maybe, and then a couple of days later, it's like, I think I got it. I just think the more you talk about it, the more you work yourself up into it.
True, it's true. I think I'd have to do the walk through the tackle, just to get your form right, where you just slowly walk up and break down, and then walk back to the water trough or something. Man, I don't know.
Let's go more serious route. Who's your hero and why? AP.
Hero, I go my dad. Always gives good advice. I kill him with kindness. You don't keep score. So if you keep score, somebody's got to lose. And that's in life. Not like my dad was a partial recreation director. He firmly believes there's winners and losers when you play rec league basketball or little league baseball or whatever else. But I'm just saying, like when you're comparing yourself to others. If you keep score, somebody's got to lose. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's the other person. So like Eric knows because he's around my dad a lot for Rivalry Thursday. He and I are opposites in a lot of ways. I'm probably more like my mom as far as like I'm like my dad in my personality. Like I've never been a stranger. Even some of the things I say sound like my dad as I get older. But like from a like bullish personality, like my dad's as gentle and kind as there is, and I'm probably not. But that's okay because I'm still able to get things done my way. But like you can learn a lot from Craig Price.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my hero is also Craig Price. Huge fan of Craig Price, as Austin pointed out. But no, I mean, my dad is too. Like, I mean, that's the easy answer. My dad is the best person I know. Kind, strong, determined, smart, gives the best advice. Any situation that I don't know how to handle, he's been there, done that. He's the mayor of Jefferson City, so yeah, come from a political family. Yeah. He was
So if we get a
director.
ticket in Newmarket, do we get out of that now?
So what?
What's Newmarket? Can your dad get us out of a ticket in Newmarket? Because that is
He cannot, because I've tried several times. That little speed trap going into Jeff City.
There's
No,
a lot of
Newmarket's not
Roscoe's
Jeff
and
City.
Enuses up there in Newmarket.
Yeah, but no, it's my
Love
dad
it.
for sure. He's awesome.
Love it.
We're gonna kick you guys out the door. I thought we would have some fun tonight, man. I know it gets exhausting, the job that you guys do. I say it every day on this channel. You guys are the best at what you do, man. VolQuest.com is the place to be. The GQ, the Monday Night Chat. I respect everything you guys do. People say things to me, and I'm like, hey, man, I'm just a fan. You want the best coverage. You guys, man, you nail it. And I'm resisting every urge to ask AP a recruiting question, but I am not going to do it because I wanted to get you guys on here and just have a good time. Either one of you guys, make some plugs. The floor is yours. Anything you guys want to say before you get out the door?
AP recruiting started to heat up, right? Junior days, transfer portal's not over. There's a lot going on, and you guys are dropping, and we all are, but some recruiting nuggets on the GQ every day, right?
That's right. Junior days. We'll have a bunch of recruits in this weekend. Tennessee, I think, continues to, make a lot of sense for, some players, including, Sam, the transfer from Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
And that just makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways. And, we'll kind of see where all this goes. I will say that next Monday's Ball Club Confidential is with the one and only illustrious Frank Anderson as we get ready for the start of the college baseball season. And Frank was fantastic. And, for a guy that doesn't do a ton of interviews, he was really, really good, and, told some gems about, him setting a goal last year to not get thrown out, and still got thrown out anyways when he tried not to get thrown out. It's a fantastic story.
I love it. We appreciate you guys taking time to jump on with us tonight. Y'all have a good one, and we'll catch up soon.
Sounds good, guys. Appreciate
you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, we roll on, man. We got some bad luck going on tonight, Coach Jay. We got some bad luck going on tonight, but we are going to continue rolling forward. We're at $4,252 in donations. Let me see if I've missed.
I forgot to ask AP what I should do with my Neyland grass.
You shouldn't have scooped it up.
I was gonna ask him, but I forgot. Darn it. All right.
Let me see. Am I caught up? I may be caught up here. Let me scroll back down. We got an anonymous $20 donation to the charity. We appreciate that. We got another anonymous for $20 as well. Keep those donations coming. If you can't afford to give, we appreciate you being here with us. Smash a thumbs up, share out the link. Got a little behind schedule with everything that's going on. We're going to continue to roll forward. We're going to add Reed Bacon from Pancakes and Bacon. You got to get tired, Reed, of carrying Kyler over on the Pancakes and Bacon show, and now you got to carry him here on the Talkin VAWLS network. Tell us what's going on with the big fella? Is he making excuses?
No. So yeah, I just texted him to check in with him as I logged in, and he says, hey, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to make it. I got a leak in their sink and their kitchen is messed up. I thought he was joking with me, but he was being serious, and he sent me pictures, and he's got water and different places, and he's got all this stuff from underneath the cabinet yeah, he's. I know he's probably not pumped right now. So I know he wanted to be on here, but also having to deal with that. Yeah, he's probably not in the best of moods.
Well, hopefully he gets things. Dude, there's nothing worse. Like, and I don't know what Kyler knows, but for me, I know nothing. I can't fix anything. So it always means I got to call somebody, get somebody to come fix stuff. So hopefully he gets it taken care of. But we're still going to hang out, read Bacon from Pancakes and Bacon over at Rocky Top Insider. We love your all show, man. Our wives, Coach Jay came in town for the Alabama game. We woke up the next morning after going to sleep, and they're like, man, we understand why you like these guys, because you all are idiots just like they are idiots. But let's wing this thing, Reed. We'll get you out the door here pretty quick since we're a little behind schedule. The plan was to get you guys on. We're going to break down some film, let you guys talk about some players. I know you guys have talked about the class of 25 a little bit. Who do you like? Who stands out other than the one that we're going to pull up some film on here in just a second?
Yeah, multiple. And first off, if you don't mind, I actually was doing my worked out, hit a shower. I'm big on podcasting, listening to stuff while I'm showering, get the Bluetooth speaker. I said, hey, it's already 7. The stream has started. So I started listening. And you had the two gents from More Important Issues, which I'll be honest, I see them on Twitter, but I haven't really caught much of stuff. So I got to catch a little bit of the conversation. And Coach Jay says, Kyler, who we're having on later, threw out something about the tweet. And I was like, Coach Jay, that was my tweet. I put that out about the receivers. I said, so this is good ammo for me to go ahead and jump in on.
Let's come full circle, because Coach Jay took that from me, because I brought it up in a previous live stream.
True.
I loved it. I love the tweet. I love the tweet. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
People just boogie. We're just our guys over here. They're just riding our coattails.
Yeah.
Anyways, before we get started, I got to throw my whiteboard up. I am going to do a shameless plug. Bacon Junk Removal. If any of you all have been following our podcast, you know that I started doing my whiteboard with quotes, but I did start my own junk removal business, as Boogie knows, who's grown a very successful business in his own right with Talkin VAWLS Network. I'm in the process of trying to do that. Much different than a YouTube podcast, but Bacon Junk Removal. If you all need anything at all, please reach out. Other than that, I won't say anything else. Well, follow us on socials. I have a Facebook and Instagram for it. Other than that, I did want to jump in about that tweet, if I could, if you guys, because I know y'all talked about it with them.
But just real quick before you do, I do know a guy who needs his sink removed from his house.
That is true. That is
that.
You're on it, Coach Jay. You do not.
Go
First
help
off,
the big fella out. Hold on.
I got you.
We're off the rails already. Let's go back to this, because you're not just promoting your business. Like, Kyler's giving away some of his gear from when he played at Tennessee. So you can promote that real quick.
Yeah, so it's actually, I'm looking at the gear. So Kyler is well. First off, he's in good hands. He works in Nashville for actually another VFL, Austin Rogers, who owns Rogers Build. They build very, very beautiful, nice homes, and so Kyler's a project manager for him. So he knows what to handle, which is great for him. Anyways, Kyler gave me, I think it was probably 2 years ago. He's like, hey, man, I'm getting rid of a lot of my old Tennessee gear. Do you want any of it? I said, bro, like I would love to have that. I don't know if any of it would fit me. But he gave me a massive trash bag of just all this awesome gear. And there's a few things that I do wear that can somewhat fit. And I've honestly had the rest of the stuff in my closet at my parents' house. And I thought about selling it. And I was like, I don't want to sell it. I was like, it's his stuff. And I talked to him about it too. And, it was, we didn't want to just sell it and try to make a buck. And I was like, well, I'm not just going to take it to Goodwill. So we'll just do something to kind of raffle it off and give it away. So we're giving it away for free. I'm going to mail it to everybody. We've had some winners already of probably 3 or 4 different items. So I'll probably get those in the mail probably next week sometime. But yeah, it's been a cool thing that we've been trying to do. So, and he was good with it. Kyler was like, yeah, man, go for it. Let's do it. So
go check him out on Twitter at Pancakes Bacon, Pancakes and Bacon. Go check them out, and you can check that out. Get into it. All right, let's come back to the wide receiver conversation now.
Let's do it.
Which so segued. So talk about the tweet. Your tweet basically said, "Would you rather have the room you got now with Amari Jefferson, with Chris Brazzell, with Mike Matthews. I don't think you had Boo Carter in the tweet. Or would you rather have the guys that left, the Nathan Laycock, the Chaz Nimrod, Caleb Webb? So just kind of expand on that, where that tweet came from.
Yeah, so doing this podcast for this many, or doing it now, I think Kyle and I have been doing it for 4 years, and getting more into Vol Twitter and watching it, which the three of us have had discussions. I've mentioned it on our podcast before. Sometimes I'm like, man, these people must be trolling, because if they really feel this way, like, I almost feel bad for them. I was like, the ups and downs and the waves, and I get it. We're fans. But it was during everything with the transfer portal, and all these people are going out, and they're like, yo, what is going on the Hill? Like, what are we doing? We're losing all these people. And so I just get very curious with things. And I like to go back and look at numbers, look at different things. And I just started looking, and On3 or Go247, whoever it was, has a beautiful – you go and you can look at recruits. And then if you go to the bottom, it'll show you every transfer that's been out, every transfer that's come in. And it'll even tell you what schools they've gone to. And I just really thought about it. I said, every recruit we've ever lost, and no offense to any of these players, and not to say that they didn't go places and contribute, because some of them did do that, but none of them made me feel like we lost anyone that was going to impact Tennessee in wins and losses. And so that kind of led me to this receiver. Everyone was talking about what's going on with these receivers, and it was, once again, nothing against those guys that are leaving. My point to the whole thing is, we know what these guys can do, and they're here. And that's about where they're going to be. I don't really see Squirrel White. I think he maxed out here. So I'm fine with him going on to Florida State. Caleb Webb had tons of opportunities, tons. And I promise you, when Kyle and I went to practice a couple times, when he was a freshman, when he was a sophomore, they gave him plenty of opportunities to go win go balls, to go win fade routes in the end zone. Like, they tried to work Caleb Webb in. Nathan Leacock, for some reason it just seemed like it never clicked with him at practice, because he looks great, he looks the part, but whatever the case may be. So I'm just saying, guys, we kind of know who these guys are. Chaz Nimrod, we saw what he was at Tennessee. I'm ready to take a gamble on what we haven't seen. And with a Mike Matthews, who's a 5-star, his floor and ceiling are going to be higher than those other individuals. Braylon Staley, who I absolutely loved coming out as a prospect. I know he wasn't necessarily a 5-star, but I'm excited to see what parts of his game. And then I didn't put Chris Brazzell in the tweet, because it's like, we kind of know who Chris is. We all want him to take another step, but we've seen that he knows how to make big-time plays. We just need it on a more consistent level. And then lastly, it was like Amari Jefferson was a better high school prospect. And when I watch his tape, granted it's only in high school, it was better than anything I saw Caleb, Chaz, Squirrel, or Nathan do at the high school level. So I'm just taking a gamble. It's like, we know what we did last year. We kind of know what most of those guys are, and I'm ready to take a gamble. I get they're unproven. That was my point to the tweet, is I'm going to take a gamble that those guys are going to be better, because we had some really suspect receiver play, and we still went 10-2 this year. So that was kind of one thing. And then another thing, when you guys were talking on the more important stuff, I actually took some notes down about some stuff, just because I enjoyed that conversation that you guys were having. And it kind of ties in to stuff as a whole, but I'll leave it there. I can pull those notes up, but I'll just kind of leave it there. That was the tweet. I'm ready to see something different.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the portal too, not just the guys outgoing, because I agree with you, and I say the same thing. Like, what I compare it to is like when you were talking about landing a 3-star commitment. I always say, who cares about the star ranking? Now, if you know more about ball and you want to break down film, and that's what I say too, you're mad about a 3-star. Tell me why. Tell me why. Break down why. Watch the tape and tell me why.
Right.
If you know more, then you tell me why. But like with a recruit, I say, look at the offer list. If Alabama's pursuing a kid, if Georgia's pursuing a kid, that tells me a little bit more. Look at the offer list. And then for portal guys on the way out, I say, where do they end up? Do they transfer down? Is it a money deal where they're be transferring up to a bigger school? I think that is very, very telling when it comes to it. And with the wide receivers, very similar to the secondary last year, right? And I think we would all agree the secondary was upgraded in 2024 compared to 2023. So do we see that upgrade here in 2025 with the wide receiver room? So do you want to talk about the floor is yours. Do you want to break down film? Do you want to talk about, like, we can call an audible right here?
No, I'm fine. We can do that. And just to one point to what you said there is, and I think you talking about the DBs, I think that's a great point. Is hey, we need to trust this coaching staff. I mean, they let a lot of seasoned and veteran players walk that I thought at times played good ball, other times they didn't. But they knew what they had coming in with a Jermon McCoy, with a Ricky Gibson on the other side, with a Boo Carter and Christian Harrison. But like you said, none of these guys that are leaving are necessarily going to places that I feel like are at the same level of Tennessee. I know you could say Florida State, but after what Florida State went through this year, I'm not ready to say, hey, they're where Tennessee is with what they went through. And I still firmly believe if Tennessee has an absolute player, an elite player, they're not going to transfer out because Tennessee is not going to let them out the door. We will pony up the money to keep those. That's just my opinion. So that's why these guys that transfer out, you don't know how many of them are told, like, hey, it might be wise of you to look elsewhere. Hey, we're not going to be able to pay you the same amount of money that we paid you last year. And that's their way of kind of letting them see the door and things like that. So, but yeah, anyways, that was just kind of on the transfer. But I'm good. We can either jump into some of these notes I wrote down or we can talk about some of the recruits. I'm fine with whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah, I just wanted to tag one little quick thought on that again.
Let's just wing it. Let's just talk. Let's just talk ball. Let's just talk ball.
Yeah, and I know I brought it up the other day in this chat, but maybe Reed could give his opinion on it. Last year that receiving corps had 527 drop ball yards in 22, and I looked it up because shout out Falmaine Culverson in the chat who got me on that stat. So I got doing some hunting, doing that investigating work, kind of like we do. In 22, that was 183 yards to 527. And then in 23, 408 yards. So, I mean, for me, I'm looking at that and going, this was a problem for these kids, right? Like this was a problem, and I'm okay with moving on.
Yeah. I kind of it's for me. I look at it as, hey, they came in, they developed, they had their opportunities, they didn't make the most of them, and that is what it is. I really liked Chaz Nimrod when he came in. I thought his high school tape, for a 3-star guy, I think he was. I thought he did everything well. It seemed like it was a very professionally ran kind of program that they had in high school. I thought his route tree was great, but then again, like there's times where he's getting hit right in the breadbasket and it's a huge gain and he drops it. And that happens. It's unfortunate, but it happens. But when I see that and I see it multiple times and I see you don't break into the rotation or anything like that, it's kind of like, hey, he probably maxed out here. Like it is what it is. And that's okay. So one of the things that you all were talking about earlier is, and I'll be honest, I get a little fired up when I hear this about the offense taking a step back this year and not evolving. Everybody wants to go back to 22. Everybody wants that saying, hey, Heupel's not aggressive. He's not hitting stuff. The goalish thing is, I think the three of us have talked about it, but like that, the goalish thing is the biggest frustration for me in the world. That anybody thinks truly there's no way to know unless Josh Heupel came out and was truthful about this is what this guy did, because Golish was not calling the plays. Everyone knows Heupel calls the plays. And so it's like people are like, well, we miss Golish because he was maybe bugging this in Heupel's ear, bugging this. And like there's zero way of knowing it. So it's almost like we're playing hindsight 2020, and it's like, oh, well, the offense isn't good. He's the missing piece. It's like, well, did you forget that like we haven't had a quarterback like Hendon Hooker in those past 2 years where there were still guys running wide open and Joe would miss him. And unfortunately, there were times this year that Nico would miss him. And so my argument when people say that the offense needs to evolve and it took a step back this year, we're not aggressive, is like, I think his offense did evolve this year in a different way. He decided to say, and this is one big thing that Kyler has wanted to talk about tonight, and Kyler loves what they've done with the tight ends. Loves what they've done with the tight ends. He loves how Heupel uses them in the run and pass game to get that numbers game in the box. But I think in a way, Heupel was like, hey, you know what? If I can't just air it out every time, if we're not hitting these deep shots, then I need to maybe bring in. And these certain personnel players with the tight ends, use them more in the run game, and we're going to pound it right at you. We had Dylan. People want to say the offense took a step back, and it's like, or Boogie, I think you just said this earlier. We had Dylan Sampson, the SEC Player of the Year, and we had the number one rush offense. And there's a difference between Heupel's not making the calls and we're not as aggressive compared to the calls are there and they're not being executed. And I can point out probably one play a game over the past 2 seasons where I can blatantly say this receiver was open and we either missed him or he dropped it. All the way back to Virginia when Ramel Keaton drops the one from Joe. But then Joe had plenty of overthrows. Well, then this year it's the biggest game of the year at the time in Alabama, and Nico puts an absolute dime piece on Squirrel, and he doesn't catch it in the seam. So that's my thing is I just the goalish and the offense not evolving. I don't do well with those takes.
Yeah, just real quick, let's pick at that for a second. One of the arguments that I've heard, and I know I feel a certain way about it, is people feel like there's been less of the eye candy, Reed, the motion, the funny orbit stuff, the stack. What do you attribute to us kind of, I don't want to say vanilla, because I think we haven't really backed off, like you're saying, as much as people think we have, but some people feel like we really have simplified our look pre-snap. Let's put it that way. Do you agree with that sentiment, or what's your kind of thought process on that?
That's probably the one. So that's probably the one thing that, and you have to go back, and it's not like I'm breaking down the films again, but I go back and you'll see highlights, and then you'll see people post stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, like that was a pretty wrinkle, and that was beautiful. And even times it was the smallest of things where he would have number 2, aka the slot receiver, just motion out a baby bit, so then that when they did do the cross, it's just that smallest amount where that corner and DB are like, hey, are we switching here? Do we stay? And then all it takes is a split second and somebody's behind you, especially when you had a Jalen Hyatt, but still Cedric Tillman or Brew McCoy could get behind somebody. So there's probably some of that. There's probably some of that, but I don't feel comfortable saying affirmatively one way or the other like I do about some of those other things that maybe people say. But I mean, I would turn it back to you guys. You guys are watching it too. If that's something you say, hey, I think there is some vanilla that's there compared to maybe the pre-snap motions or whatever.
A little bit, but
go ahead, Coach.
For me, a little bit. Like, eye candy's fun. It can help you get in position, but at the end of the day, for me, and you alluded to it, it's execution, and whether that's the offensive line getting whipped up front or Nico going through his overthrow phase. I thought he got better at that as the year went on. Not that he was perfect by any stretch of the imagination. He was still learning all up to the very last game. But whether it was the offensive line be out of sorts or the wide receivers dropping the ball or Nico being off, as you know, you need all 11 on the same page. And for whatever reason, we weren't executing. And you could be as fancy as you want. You can run motions all day long. If your left tackle gets whipped and that guy's in your face, you can motion every single offensive player and you're going to get whipped, period. So it's like until you solve the simple way, the complex way is not going to be any better if you can't execute the simple way.
That's why Heupel kept saying
I'm looking at
all year long, Heupel kept saying the same thing, right? It takes all 11 guys doing simple things at an elite level. And it's like, we can say that, like the casual fan can say, like you can see it, like you said, Reed, when you got guys open, like Nico either overthrows it or the wide receiver drops it, or like Coach Jay said, Nico's not getting protected, and that's a problem. And it's like, I do agree to some extent. I think they could be more creative. But when you got guys wide open, when you got the number that Coach Jay just threw out of dropped receiving yards, like if you're hitting on some of those, I think it's a different song and dance. And then let me ask you this: go back to the having Landon and Caleb on, and we were talking about Tennessee gets Penn State straw in the college football playoff. I don't think we're having this conversation at all. I think you're winning round one. I think you're winning round two. You're in the semifinals, and everybody's praising Josh Heupel, this coaching staff, and said, hey, let's go win a natty in 2025. But now because you got the worst possible draw in Ohio State, And you watched them go beat Oregon, you watched them go beat Texas, you watched them go beat Notre Dame, and everybody wants to act like the sky is falling on us. That ain't the case, man. We're right there. We're right there. It's time to take another step, though.
I completely agree. I completely agree with all of that. I couldn't be happier with where the program is. Do I ever want to watch my team get their butt kicked? No, I don't want to see that garbage. And that was the one thing. Matter of fact, I was at a neighborhood Christmas party. It's our first year living in this neighborhood, and so we wanted to go make an appearance. And I was getting back for the game that night, and I was talking with somebody there, and I said the only thing I don't want to happen is to just be a butt kicking. And unfortunately, that's what happened. I was very proud of how Tennessee did fight back. I mean, Nico. Man, I really hope it works out for him here with the passing game and everything. And I do have faith that it will, because what he did basically was like middle school football, where it's just the best players at quarterback, and I'm just going to run it, and I'm going to take all the shots, and I'm going to do everything I can to will my team to win. And unfortunately, he didn't have enough help. So, but I think to your point is, it doesn't look pretty when that happens, but we lost to the national champion, and they were really, really good this year, and they kind of made everyone else look like that. And so and one thing Kyle and I talked about on our last podcast, you people need to be patient, because I know you can make things happen quicker with the transfer portal and all these different things, and Heupel did it really, really quick. He went from here to here quick, and then he went from here to here quick. And this one's the hardest anyways. And so now this is where we are to take that last step. But just think about it. Like we were talking about it on the pod, that's like, go back and look back and see how long it took for any of these coaches to win their first national championship. Michigan wanted Harbaugh fired. Ohio State wanted Ryan Day fired. I mean, it took – Kirby was probably one of the quickest ones, but, like, it still took him a hot minute. I mean, there's just plenty – Dabo at Clemson before he won too. I mean, the list is pretty wild of how long it takes different individuals to actually get over the hump if they ever do. So I personally couldn't be happier with where we are, knowing from what we came from. And I do really trust, and I really, really like Coach Hype and kind of where we're going. And now – maybe to kind of segue into one of the things that we were going to talk about is he just has to continue bringing in really, really good and elite dudes, because a lot of these coaches are good. And it's when I design a play, who do I have running that play? So.
Yeah, we got to get you out the door. We're a little behind. I'm trying to play catch up. I'm messaging everybody, telling them to push back about 15 minutes. That's the problem. We're juggling a lot of people, a lot of schedules. We're going to keep on driving forward. Like just talk real quick, Reed, about the class of 25 and what we've got coming in that Josh Heupel's recruited with guys like David Sanders and Isaiah Campbell. They got a lot of dudes in this class of 25. You were going to actually break down some film. Dang it, man. We got to get you and Kyler back on to break down film. We do that a lot throughout the course of the offseason. But you were going to break down Jaden Harmon, 4-star linebacker out of Rome, Georgia. What do you like about his game, and what do you like about this class of 25?
Yeah, so to talk about Jaden, it's one of my favorite highlight films, and Kyler and I are very upfront and honest on ours, is that we don't like to try to get excited about recruits, because you don't know how they're going to end up panning out. We've seen it, all of us, you two, myself, everyone listening and watching, we've all seen it where we got really excited about someone. It didn't work out. Maybe they don't even end up coming to the school. But I told a story that I saw someone commit. I saw it's a linebacker. Okay, I'm just sitting out on the porch drinking coffee. I was like, I'm just going to watch this highlight tape just for fun. I did it, and I fell in love. And I was like, oh, this isn't good. This isn't good, because he has an entire senior season. And I was like, if we don't get him, I'm going to be a little bummed. Fast forward, thank goodness we got him. I turned on the senior year tape, and it was just as good as junior year tape. And it's one of my favorite I've watched. And we don't have to go down the specific plays if you're running behind. But basically the thing that I love about him is that he's a true every down linebacker. He does everything really exceptionally well. He is fast. He is physical. He is violent. He is athletic. Some of the plays that I was even mentioning were like his effort plays where he's chasing dude down. He's showing the speed. And one thing that you have to do at the linebacker nowadays is play in space, play with speed. Elijah Herring had his opportunity. He ends up going down to Memphis because he couldn't stay in space. This year you had a rotation of different guys. Jalen Smith was here for a little bit. Now he's gone to Mississippi State. So it's like Aaron Carter, T-Lander, KP before he got hurt, they could show that they could play in space. And I feel like with Edwin Spillman, who came in last year, now with the Jaden Harmon, I love how they play in space. And I just feel like they are really, really sound, fundamentally sound football players. And I just love to film everything about it. And then the classes itself, you know, Kyle and I broke them all down, and we actually did it kind of top to bottom. But kind of those higher end ones, I mean, obviously a David Sanders is great. Like, you have to have your blue chip. If we're going to get a blue chip, for me, I want offensive tackle, quarterback, or edge rusher. So he fits one of those molds. We already got Nico, who's the 5-star blue chip quarterback. And so I'll just say this. The other one that Kyler and I fell in love with was Deshaun Bram. I turned his film on. I turned his film on and was just saying, holy like, this dude is different. And then I'm like, he's only a 4-star. And then I'm like, wait, this says he's a tight end. Maybe I'm watching the wrong person. I go back. I was like, no, this is him. This is a tight end. And I'm like, well, maybe he's just going to end up playing receiver, but then you see how big he is. And I saw this past week he was in an all-star game, and, like, he does look good size. And so he was someone that really popped off besides Jaden. And then the other tight end is who Kyler was going to talk about, because he does, like I mentioned, love how Heupel's been using the tight ends with Jack Van
Dorsler.
Yeah,
Dorsler. Yeah, good.
And so plus, anytime you see a Texas kid from, you know, South Lake Carroll or one of those other schools down there, you always get pretty excited about that, because you know the competition they've been playing. But overall, I think it's a good class. I think you just have to continue stacking them. And obviously, I don't keep up with recruiting. I'm definitely not keeping up with it from way far out. But 2026 so far, the very small thing that I pay attention, like, it looks really, really – it looks like it could be a top 5, top 8 class, which I think it's going to have to be the case if you do want to go from here to here. So, but yeah, Jaden, Deshaun Bram, like, I know David Sanders is the given, and he should be a 5-star because he has all the tools. But those other two guys are the ones I really enjoyed watching.
I love it, man. I appreciate you coming on. We're behind the 8 ball. We gotta continue rolling through this thing. Give some plugs. What's going on over there at Pancakes and Bacon junk removal, all that good stuff, and then we'll get you out the door.
I appreciate you guys. Great cause as always. I hope that Kyler and I can pop back on for a conversation, because I enjoy it. We just did our season recap. We're probably going to take a break for a couple weeks, and then we'll jump back in. Probably break down some of the portal guys, some things like that. But other than that, just like I said, I'm working, grinding, trying to get bacon junk removal going. I appreciate everyone that has reached out and has given me the opportunity so far. And even if you don't have anything now, just spreading the word helps tremendously. But I appreciate you all very much.
I appreciate it, brother. We'll catch up soon, okay?
Y'all be
Take
good.
care, man. You got it.
All right, we got some guys in the back room. Ben's waiting to jump on here with us. Jaden Lofton's waiting to jump on. Jaden, we're about 15 to 20-ish minutes behind, so chill, relax. Man, his room, you can't see him, Coach Jay. I can only see the back.
Oh.
Man, he's got the LEDs. He's looking
Okay.
clean. I like it. We're
All
going to
right.
get Ben
All
on
right.
here in just
All
a
right.
second.
All right.
I want to remind you guys the point of tonight's stream, and that's the balancing act of rotating so many people, so many schedules. The point is raising money for the Fisher House Foundation. They are like a Ronald McDonald House for the men and women of our troops, whether they are currently serving or have previously served. Every donation goes directly to them. We don't get a cut. YouTube doesn't take a cut. It's a dedicated fundraiser stream. As of right now, we have raised $4,900 for that charity. I need somebody to get in where you fit in and drop that hundo and get us across that $5,000 mark. We got an anonymous donation for $5. We appreciate that. I told you Michelle was going to drop the hammer. Michelle Emmons drops a $500 donation. Michelle, that is very generous. We appreciate that. John Petty dropped that $100 donation just a few minutes ago. Thank you, John. We appreciate that. Little Spooky donated $5. Thank you, Little Spooky. We appreciate you, my man. We got an anonymous donation for $5. Thank you for that as well. Let me scroll up, see if we're caught up. We got another anonymous donation for $10. We appreciate you. Are we caught up? The donations continue to roll in. Yes, we are caught up. Keep those donations coming in. Keep smashing that thumbs up. Keep sharing this thing out. We appreciate you. I'm going to show another quick little short 1-minute video about what Fisher House Foundation is all about. Then we're going to get Swain and Ben on the show. Let's take a listen.
One of the beauties of Fisher House is the way people interact with each other, the support system. You don't want to see people in pain, not just physical, but mental. They all come into these houses with basically two things in common: a loved one that's been wounded or become sick or injured, and the fact that they've got no affordable place to stay. We do help facilitate access to the care that these men and women need by allowing their families to be a part of it. The one constant is this support system, these bonds that are formed amongst the families. They share the joy of the good days, the sorrow of the bad, but the bottom line is they're there for each other, and they coach each other, and they help each other. And that's, more than just free logic, it's healing.
Another quick video, man. They hit. I love this charity. I love what they do. I love what they are about. So we got Ben and Swain in the house, guys. I appreciate you jumping on. I apologize. Blame AP. Blame AP. 15 minutes late. Austin Price. Y'all can blame him, but I appreciate you jumping on here with us, hanging out for a good cause tonight.
Yeah, appreciate you having us on. I don't think either of us are surprised of why you're running behind.
Yeah, just blame when you got nobody else to blame AP. But I do appreciate you guys jumping on with us again. Special night, raising as much money as we can for the Fisher House Foundation. We'll talk a little ball with you guys. Let's kind of rewind. Let's kick things off. Just Ben, overall thoughts on what Josh Heupel has done. Let's go all the way back. Where this program was when Heupel took over versus where he's at now. Just what he's done, kind of turning this thing around for us.
Yeah, I think he's done a phenomenal job, obviously, and the phenomenal can be a big word, but I think it's appropriate given what he took over and just the mess that he had to deal with, and just really being stuck behind the 8 ball as much as he was, and the limited scholarships and having to shore up relationships on campus, off campus, throughout the state. I mean, it was just an absolute mess that he took over, and it felt like a 4, 5, 6 year rebuild at certain points, and he was able to have Tennessee competitive in year 1 and winning 10 football games in year 2. So there are still much needed steps that need to be taken because Tennessee is a program that expects to win championships, and they have not reached that point just yet. But he's done a lot of great work in a short amount of time. So I think Swaino, he's done a phenomenal job up until this point, and we'll see if he can take those next steps to help Tennessee get over the hump.
Oh, for sure. How do I sound, guys? I sound okay?
Good. Sound good.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a good job. I mean, you've won 9-10 games in 2 seasons. Culture is flipped, different than it was before he got here. I mean, there's not a lot of turnover with the staff. But, I mean, there's work to be done for sure. I mean, there's opportunities that, he could take advantage of last year, but you never complain too much about a team being able to get to the college football playoff. But there's work to be done for sure. But you can do 2 things at the same time. You can be happy and thankful for the job that Josh Heupel has done, but recognize that there's another step that he needs to take. There's some adjustments that he needs to make to take that next step.
God, you're so level-headed, even-keeled. Like how I don't think there's an answer to this question. How can you get fans to understand that, right? When we talk about expectations, Swain, we talk about managing expectations, because for me, I can look back to where we were and I can say, I'm happy with what Josh Heupel has done. I'm proud of what Josh Heupel has done, but that's not me settling with the way we went out against Ohio State. Like, is there any advice you can give to a fan to say what you just said of, look, what we've done is good, but we got to take another step?
Well, you weren't going to beat Ohio State. So, I mean, I understand feeling embarrassed because it was an embarrassing loss, but Tennessee wasn't going to win that game. What Ohio State has been doing has dated back before Ryan Day. And what they've done is they've evaluated properly. They've gone out and gotten 5-star players. It's undeniable. You go look at that roster, go look at the players competing in that game. And then the players who are not highly rated. They don't miss on them. I mean, they evaluate very well. They recruit very well. And the most important thing is they develop very well. And so when you do that, you're deep at all positions. And when you have a quarterback that you don't like a Kyle McCord, and you tell him to go on somewhere, you're able to go add one piece, and that one piece be the key to getting over the hump. And that's what Ohio State did. You can't have a lot of holes in different places. And so, Josh Heupel's done a good job with the roster that he inherited from Pruitt. He's added some players that are, pretty good and good. But now he has to make sure that he's maximizing every single opportunity to evaluate, recruit, and develop, and not have guys leave the program that haven't contributed much. And so that's the next step for Heupel. But you can do two things. I mean, you can chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. You can talk on the phone and walk at the same time. So we should be able to understand where Josh Heupel has taken his program and where it is now, but want more and desire more. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben, we were talking early just about kind of how there's more parity in college football, and that kind of thing. And I was having this conversation with someone just yesterday. In the old playoff format, Ohio State and Notre Dame wouldn't even been in the playoff. And I just kind of wanted to get your take on that. And do you expect more parity in the game moving forward? And do you expect more lower ranked teams to make late pushes like that?
Yeah, it's such a complex conversation because I don't think we're going to see the Cinderella type of runs in the playoff format like we do in March Madness. I don't think we're going to see the equivalent of a George Mason and FAU making the Final Four. I think we will. I think it's a yes and no answer to your question. I think yes, there's more parity in terms of we'll see the Boise States and the Arizona States and teams of that nature get into the playoffs. I don't know that we're going to see those teams have a lot of success in the playoffs just because the talent gap between Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, and I realize Arizona State took Texas down to the wire, but there's still an extreme talent gap between the Arizona States, the Boise States, and those teams that truly played for a national championship, made it to the Final Four, made it to the championship game. So I think where you're going to see the parity is I don't think you're going to see fan bases start to check out at the end of October. I think the 12-team playoff and then once it's extended to 16 teams, I think you're going to see fan bases more interested because seasons are going to be alive a lot longer than they ever have been in college football. And that is not – some people don't like that. I kind of like it. I kind of like that just because you lost to Northern Illinois early in the season. Your season isn't over. More of the NFL and professional format. There's been a lot of belief in just what makes college football so great is kind of how sacred the regular season is and how there's just little room for error. But I think that also prevents cool storylines like the New York Giants back in the day when they were able to run the table in the playoffs and upset the New England Patriots. I think that also prevents those type of storylines from happening, which would have been the case this year with Ohio State and Notre Dame because of some of the losses that they suffered. So it boils down to what's your favorite flavor of cup of tea and what flavor ice cream do you prefer? But for me, I kind of like that we're opening the door to give teams more access to the playoffs. Although I do recognize that the teams that are recruiting the best, the Ohio States and Georgias of the world, they're the teams that are probably going to continue to win the national championships. But I do like that there's more involvement, and I think that's great for the sport that there's more involvement and it doesn't feel as exclusive as a club as it felt when there was a 14 playoff.
I hate that we're up against it. Ben's got another podcast he's got to do. We got behind. I hate to run you guys out the door. One, I want to ask you guys one last thing. Because I really wanted to get Swain's opinion on this. You talk about steps and expectations and taking that next step. And this is a loaded question. There's so many directions you can go. You talk about Ohio State nailing their evaluations. Like the Tennessee, again, led the conference in rushing yards, scoring offense. You look statistically, they're pretty highly ranked nationally with scoring offense. The passing game didn't necessarily seem to be there, and we were talking about it earlier, whether it's Nico being off at times, wide receivers dropping passes, pass protection. What do we need to see, or what would you think we need to see for this passing game to improve next year? Or what were your thoughts on the passing game in 2024?
Oh boy.
I told you it was a loaded question.
How much time you got?
Yeah, there's nothing that I dislike more now than talking about the passing game of Tennessee. But nothing to do with you guys. It's just really frustrating to watch. I mean, it was brutal to watch. The receivers just wasn't good enough. The offensive line wasn't good enough. The creativity wasn't good enough. The play caller wasn't good enough. I mean, it just wasn't good enough. I mean, it's really that simple, guys. I'm not the best at really sugarcoating stuff when it comes to this, when it comes to X's and O's, because y'all have eyeballs too. And it'd be one thing if like y'all didn't see it and I saw it, I could lie, and you guys will never know. But because you have eyeballs, we all have eyeballs. We saw what we saw. We saw the difference in 2022 and the last 2 years. We saw how hard it felt to generate explosive plays. We saw how hard it felt to throw the football when we needed to. We all saw those things, but I mean, it just really comes back down to the playmakers, and you either recruit them or you developing them, and it really comes down to that. It's really simple, and so it just wasn't good enough. And the receiver group has a chance to be better. They'll be younger. I think they'll be more explosive. They'll have more guys that can do more things, moving side to side. Maybe some speed that's a little bit different, but we got to do a better job of helping them get better and putting them in a position to be successful. Nico got to be better. The pass blocking has to be better, from the offensive line to the tight ends to the running backs. I think Heupel has to take a look at his offense and to kind of decide what he wants to do. Does he want to go up tempo and fast? Because when you do that, it puts the defense at a disadvantage, right? We saw that the first 2 years, but we saw the defense carry the offense the last 2 years. The defense is top 10 in the country. So when you go up tempo, when you go fast, you kind of put your defense in a bind. And Tim Banks has done a really good job with that. He's getting an extension. He was a Frank Broyles finalist for Assistant Coach of the Year. And so it's hard for me to expect the tempo to be as fast as it was in 21-22, but at the same time, the defense being as good as it was in 23 and 24. So where's the balance going to lie? And I don't have those questions. I don't have those answers, man. I have more questions going into this season than before Heupel's first season, because we didn't know what to expect going into his first season at Tennessee. But we knew from 21 to 22, we kind of thought we knew from 22 to 23. And then 23, 24, we were excited about Nico and felt like there would be more explosive plays. But honestly, guys, from 24, 25, I don't know, man. I got more questions than answers.
Fair enough.
I love everything you said. That's why I wanted to ask you, because of your experience and because you say we have eyeballs. Our eyeballs aren't as experienced as your eyeballs. So I appreciate you breaking that down for us. And I think a lot of people need to hear what you just said. We appreciate you guys jumping on. I know Ben's up against it, and I know we were late, and I apologize for that. But I do appreciate you guys taking time to jump on, taking time to promote, taking time to support the Fisher House Foundation with us. The floor is yours. Anything you guys want to say out the door, Ben, then Swain, you can wrap it up, and we'll get you guys out.
Yeah, just appreciate you having us on once again. I believe this is my third straight year hopping on with you. And I know Swain hopped on for last year, so his second straight year. And when my dad was stationed over in North Carolina, we lived next to a Fisher House. So I have seen firsthand all the great things that they can do in a time of desperate need for a family, and not just simply giving them a a roof over their head while their loved one goes through something, but just it's a place that can hopefully provide peace and comfort while they're going through those times as well. So greatly appreciate what you do for the Fisher House Foundation. It's one of those foundations that probably isn't known enough about. So to bring more awareness to it is a great thing that you do. And always appreciate you having me on to help fundraise and bring awareness to it.
Swaino, anything you want to say on the way out, buddy?
Yeah, man, I appreciate what you guys got going on. The platform that y'all have been able to build, I think it's really, really cool. There's so many people covering Tennessee, and sometimes people that cover Tennessee can get really territorial and don't want anybody else to talk about Tennessee. But it shouldn't be like that. It's not like that with me. I love that you guys are doing this. It gives more people an opportunity to talk about Tennessee because Tennessee is special. And a lot of people love Tennessee. So I think it makes us all better that you have different opinions, and we may not all agree. That's okay. We can talk about it, but being able to talk about a program right now that's winning in several different sports, I think is awesome, man. This is the best time ever to be talking about Tennessee athletics, and you guys are doing it for a great cause. So glad to be part of it. I look forward to the next time, and go Vols.
Appreciate you guys. We'll catch up with you soon.
Sounds good.
Good night.
All right, we're going to keep this thing rolling. Let's go check and see where we are at. We hit that $5,000 mark, $5,090 raised right now for the Fisher House Foundation. Let me go pull up and see where we're at donation-wise, individual donations. Gosh, is this driving me? I'm going to file a civil complaint with StreamYard. Can we please get the charity donations to feed in? It would make my life so much easier. Let's see. We got Little Spooky for $5. We hit that one. Let's see. Did I hit this? We had no, John Petty. I think I hit this one. John Petty donated $100. We appreciate you, John. We got an anonymous donation for $20. Another anonymous donation for $20. Evan Counts donates $100 to the Fisher House Foundation. Shout out, Evan. We appreciate you, my man. We got an anonymous donation for $50. Appreciate that. We're caught up. Keep those donations coming in. If you can't afford to give, man, smash the thumbs up. Share out the link. Let somebody know that we are still live. We are still talking Tennessee football. We are about to get Jaden Lofton on here, and we got to. Swaino dropped a lot. Like how he is so even kill level headed. Like that's why I love what he said about the passing game. Coach Jay, you know who he didn't criticize? Did you hear anybody that? I mean, did he not? I didn't even say anything bad about Nico.
There was a little like he just said Nico needs to be better when he was kind of circling around to everyone. I think he kind of slid it in on the back end, but listen, look, he did say something that was very important. We all have eyes, right? And we all might disagree about the one thing, Some people might think it's goalish. Some people might think it's a talent gap. Some people might think the wide receivers dropped too many balls. Some people may think the offensive line was undisciplined, had too many penalties, or whatever. Whatever you think the reason was, I feel like we all had eyes, and we all saw that the offense came up short of what the expectation is, right? But to have questions is okay. It's the coaching staff and our players' jobs to come up with the answers to those questions and to grow. And that's why I brought up growth earlier. I just think it's so important. And, we'll ask, Mr. Lofton when he gets here in a minute, but I'm sure he'll tell you these players, this team, this coaching staff is not satisfied, and they take it very seriously getting better. And I wouldn't sell them short, man. I wouldn't sell them short. I mean, as always, the play on the field will dictate. And at the end of the year, if they came up short, we'll all have eyes and we'll all see it. So we'll just kind of call it how that goes. But I would encourage everyone to try to have that swing, to try to be even keeled, right? To try not to knee jerk and overreact, to kind of take a minute, let it breathe, go back, rewatch the film. Tell you what, man, you rewatch that film, you rewatch that game in a slower way, it changed your view on some things. I promise you that.
I mean, he said the same thing you've been saying for two things can be true. You can be satisfied with where we're at compared to where we've been, and you can strive for more and where we want to be. But I'm sick and tired of talking about offense, freaking offense. Let's talk some defense. Let's get Jaden on here. Let's have some fun. The man of the hour. Look at that, man. His like he looks clean. Look at the lights. Got that hoodie on.
How we doing?
Jaden Lofton, what is going on, my friend?
Doing good. How's everything?
I appreciate you being patient, man. Patient. And blame AP. I'm gonna continue to blame AP for the rest of the night because Austin Price was late, and we're blaming him. The whole family is here. Uncle Kenny's in the chat saying what's up. Let's get right into it. How's the knee? Give us that update on the knee.
Going good. Been rehabbing every day. They got me on this plan, so just been sticking to it, keeping my head down. Just been working.
I love seeing the videos. Like, how far have they given you a time frame? Like, how far are you out from 100? When you'll be ready to go practice? Any idea on that?
Yeah, we're kind of just taking it day by day. Every day I've been progressing, so they're trying not to, give me like kind of a timeline. Just trying to keep working and just to see how everything turns out.
I love it, man. We're following your journey. We're excited for you, man. I'm ready to see you bounce back. But let's talk about a little personal life, man. Classes started on Tuesday. Like, what's it like? It's real now. You're a college student. You're on campus. Like, what's the class load look like? What are you taking? How's this first week of class been?
Yeah, it's nothing like high school. It's honestly much better. I was actually blessed. They gave me all online classes.
Oh, wow.
I don't gotta walk nowhere. I'm just doing all my work from my room. So that's been good. But classes aren't too bad. We have a lot of help here. Teachers are nice. Grading is grading. So
what classes are you actually taking? You're doing media? You're doing a media major,
yeah,
right?
I'm doing sports journalism.
Awesome.
Yes,
so what do your classes look like this first semester?
I got like retailing. I have this nutrition class. I have English 101. I don't have a math on my schedule, surprisingly. I thought they were going to put a math on my schedule. But
if you're going to sit in front of a microphone and you're going to tell jokes, you don't need math. Just tell them, I don't need that. I don't want anybody in the chat to tell me that you need math because you don't need math. You don't need math.
No, yeah, I got you.
That's awesome. So you started classes.
Yep.
What's your relationship with the team been so far? Have they pulled you in much? Are you starting I think you guys started meetings. Am I not?
Yeah, no,
right about that.
Ever since when we all first got here in December, everybody's been very welcoming. They've been showing me around, showing me the little loopholes around, showing me what to do, what not to do. It's just one big family, and you can tell how everybody is together, how everybody enjoys being around each other, enjoys putting in the work together. It's a great place to be.
Like when they bring you in, like, is there any mentors in that room? I mean, you not just the defensive line room, but just your position, man.
Yeah.
Your position is ridiculous. Coach G is going to get his dudes. You're loaded. There's talent. There's some upperclassmen. There's some younger guys. Like, who are some of the older guys that pulled you guys in?
Caleb Herring he's been a great role model. He's been somebody who's taken me under his wing, who's helped me out. Josh Josephs, guys like that just been helping me out, showing me what to do. They've been helping me with the playbook, helping me with Coach G. Coach G likes his stuff a certain way. He's old school, so they show me how he likes to do his stuff.
How's the early energy around this team? Like, I know it's early. I know you're just getting started, but what's the buzz? I know the guys who are moving into this next season had a disappointing exit from the college football playoff, but accomplished the goal to get it there. How do you feel the vibe is with the team right now?
Like you guys said earlier, nobody's satisfied. Everybody has that chip on their shoulder. Everybody's just been keeping their head down. And our team meeting the other day, Coach Hype was talking about, the playoffs and how everything went down, and you could tell he got a little choked up, and that just shows how much he cares and how much he wants to go finish the job next year, how much he wants to go win. And it was just, you could tell everybody else is feeding off that energy, and everybody's ready to go.
That's one of my favorite things about Hype, like just from the outside looking in, is his competitive energy. And
Yes,
it's
sir.
like I think he can relate to you guys because he's been there. He's
Yep.
done that. He was a Heisman Trophy runner-up. He was
Yep.
a national championship quarterback. And I don't know how much you know about his national championship run. I mean, he transferred into Oklahoma, a
Yeah.
team that went 7-5. And they were going through summer workouts, and he came in and said, "We're winning a national championship."
For
And like
sure.
I've seen quotes from one of his teammates on defense that said, you know, rah, we're going to put our hands in and we're going to say, go Oklahoma. And we're going to agree with him, but he's crazy. We're not winning a natty. They went and won a natty, man. Like I love that competitive edge with Coach Hype. Like how much do you guys feed off of that from him?
Yeah, it's just it's honestly crazy how much everybody respects him, how much everybody's just into what he's saying. Everybody trusts what he's saying. As you can tell during the workouts, how everybody's so focused, so locked in. Everybody's ready to go. Everybody's ready to go win a natty. You know, that's always the end goal. Everybody's ready to go.
Cool. All right, we're going to food again, Boogie.
Yeah.
What you eating around campus? Is there something that's bombing around the team cafeteria, or do you got a local spot there in Knoxville? Where are you going to get your grub on?
Yeah. When we were here in December, right? Of course they're gonna feed us. You know, when I went home, I was just like, man, there's just not enough food here. You know, like there wasn't enough food. But lately we've been there's a Smokies is our cafeteria in the facilities, and they do an amazing job. Today we had soul food. I think we had like mac and cheese, we had lamb chops. The other day we had lobster tails and steak. Yeah, it's honestly amazing. It's honestly amazing. I'm honest. I'm living the life.
Yeah, that's a real hard life there. They're feeding you lobster tail. And then he comes back home, and Mr. Lofton's like, I got nothing, man. Here's a ham sandwich. Yeah.
Hey, you know what, Boogie? You got David Sanders and 6'7" offensive lineman beating on you. We'll give you a lobster tail, right?
It's kind of like a reward.
Yeah, there you go.
What was it like when you rolled in for the college, like, you know, the early enrollees? You get to go see what practice is all about. You see, and you know what it looks like, where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be there. What like, did your head spin, or was it kind of like what you expected? Like, what did practice look like when you first walked in?
Well, of course it was hurting me because I couldn't really play. You know, I can't really do anything yet. So watching everybody else do what they're doing, it's like, damn, it's gonna be me soon. I really can't wait to get out there. But I really didn't expect much less. You know, Coach G has everything to the exact detail. You know, he's coaching the guys up well. Him, Coach Ayers, Coach Chop, you know, guys like that just around helping everybody. There's just nonstop support, nonstop coaching. They're just amazing teachers, and I just love what they got going on here. Can't wait to really get in there and really be a part of the team.
Gotcha. I know it's early, but who's the funniest of the coaches?
Coach Inge is like, you wouldn't expect it, but he's just
I wouldn't.
I don't understand. Like, I don't know. His humor is just so different. I compare him to Morgan Freeman. He's just
that's
like
perfect comparison.
Yeah,
that is perfect.
He's just that old school guy who just has jokes flying. Yeah, Coach Inge is one of my favorite coaches, but Coach Ayers is actually pretty funny too.
He knows a little something about playing defensive line at Tennessee.
He was that guy.
What about Coach G? Coach G, man, I want Coach G to be my uncle. I want him to be like he's like this lovable dude, but I feel like all he does is yell at you, but you still love him. Like, what's your relationship like with Coach G? Does he ever smile? I've ever seen his practice where he just yells all the time.
That's football, Coach G. Then you just have Coach G. He's just so supportive. You know, he loves to laugh. He does smile all the time. You know, he's not serious all the time. He's somebody that the guys can relate to. He's someone that the guys can come to when they need anything. It's good to know you have somebody like that in your corner who's not always so uptight, who's always going to be there for you, who's always going to help you through whatever. It's good.
Cool. So
I was about to plug a T-shirt. No, I was about to
go ahead. Plug.
I mean, we do. It's about the charity, but we do sell a T-shirt that says "Coach Jay, you're muted," because he likes to mute himself when he's talking. But go ahead, Coach.
how deep have you been able to get into the playbook so far?
We have so far, since all the coaches are like on the road and stuff, we've been having these young guy meetings with some of the younger coaches, and they've been doing an amazing job explaining everything. We've been having meetings for about 30, 45 minutes, just going over every exact thing, and it's been pretty easy to pick everything up. Just taking notes, staying locked in.
I appreciate Coach G sticking to the schedule. I mean, Coach Pope kept Braylon Staley all night long, and he didn't make it to the show because apparently they got more work to do, and Braylon didn't get to come hang out with us. But we'll get Braylon back on here soon. Yeah. I wanted to, let's go back and talk about Coach Hype. You, I think the last time you were on the channel, you were beating me on EA Sports College Football, and then Dude, you made me feel like a 5-year-old. Oh, he's playing right now. See, this is the problem. You made me feel like me playing with my 4-year-old son, and I'm just hammered down because I'm a competitive guy. Anybody tunes in on Tuesday, it might be a little profanity laced because I love to. It's not that I love to win. I hate to lose. And you had the audacity to say on there, Boogie, you're doing okay.
You weren't doing bad. You weren't doing bad.
Gosh, that was the last time you were on the channel, and that was kind of pretty fresh off your knee injury. And something we talked about when you were on that night was how like Heupel never quit on you. Heupel never gave up. You got hurt, and Heupel was there and said, "You're still our guy. Like we're not going anywhere. You're still our guy. We're gonna get better. We're gonna get healthy, and we're gonna go compete." Like, how has that relationship continued to evolve from there with Heupel?
Yeah, it never changed. Some people talk about how coaches like when they're recruiting you, it's completely different from when you're actually there. That's not the case with Coach Hype. Coach Hype's still so supportive. He makes sure I get all the rehab, all the recovery that I need. He makes sure that I'm on top of my stuff, not only with just the rehab stuff, but also with school. We've just been growing together, and I'm just glad that he's my coach. Honestly, I know I made the right choice.
All right, I always thinking about food. I gotta go back to food, man. Is there any? Because like I trip out like on how every football player now in college or at the big programs have nutritionists now and full on things. Yeah. Is there anything they make you eat that's like gross? Like they're like, hey man, you got to down this shake right now, and it's like seaweed and mustard.
Oh my god, you just reminded me. We have these collagen shots. Which help with like our ligaments and stuff, and then we have these. Those aren't bad. Then we have this beet juice shot that we have to take.
It's dirt.
That's terrible. Dirt. Like you have to close your eyes, you have to close your nose while drinking it, and it's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah.
I take a multivitamin, and one of my jiu-jitsu coaches was like, "Hey man, they make a liquid shot that it's way easier, man. You just take it in the morning. It's great." No. And beets are disgusting anyway. It's dirt. It's dirt.
Yeah, it's really bad. Like every time I walk, I try to cause it's like a table. They're like set up on a table, and I try to walk past without, being seen. So I'm kind of like, and they always get me.
Love it, man. Oh my gosh, awesome. I love it. The chat's going nuts, man. They're like, this dude, Jaden's got that aura. Jaden's got that personality. Boys, he wants to be in media. He wants to sit in front of a camera and talk. Yeah. He's a natural. He's got the YouTube lighting. Are you doing anything creative? Are you doing anything streaming wise? Like that?
Not yet. I'm kind of just trying to ease my way into college first, and then I'm gonna probably later down the road, I'll probably start getting like a setup, start getting a little camera, start figuring out what I want to do.
Nature's own Boogie. Yeah, he's channeling his inner Boogie. Dude, it's funny because Jamal Wallace is very much social media, YouTube channel. And when he was on with us one time, he's like, yeah, Coach G kind of got on me and said, that's all fine and dandy in the offseason, but when you get pancaked against Florida and we lose the game, are you prepared to take the wrath? And I noticed Jamal, once the season started, Jamal was kind of dialed in. Like I didn't see him a whole lot on social media. And you can have some fun. It's a balancing act. But yeah, man, you're a natural. You're a natural. Yes, Coach Jay, anything? You got the last round here. What are we gonna ask him? You want to drag him through the mud? You want to ask something personal? You want to ask him if the ladies are better looking in Knoxville than he expected? You want to ask him if he has a girlfriend? The floor is yours, and then we'll let him bounce.
That's it. That's a good question, man. So, so do you have a girlfriend? And answer that first, because the second question get you in trouble. Who did I get in trouble? It was Jefferson.
Yeah,
I got Amari Jefferson in
He
trouble.
pleaded the fifth. He said, "I'm not answering that question."
Damn, I might have to take the same road, man.
All right.
Oh,
We'll let
he's
you
in
off
trouble.
the hook. We'll let you off the hook. All right.
See, I
Uncle
was just
Kenny said you can't beat Uncle Kenny at EA Sports College Football. Is that the truth?
Yeah, we're gonna ignore that. We're gonna ignore that. I don't think he remembers the last time he's picked up a controller. So we're just gonna ignore that.
Oh man, it's been an absolute blast. I
Yes,
love
sir.
having you on. I love your family, man. You come from a great family. It's been fun getting to know you and being an honor. I should have changed my name. I should have changed my name to Boogie Lofton just for your appearance. I feel like I'm an honorary member of the family.
For sure.
We're excited, man. We're ready to see
Yeah.
you get healthy, bounce back, and do great things
Yes, sir.
at Tennessee. But I appreciate you jumping on. Is there anything you want to plug, like your social media stuff, Instagram, Twitter, how they can support you?
Yeah.
Whatever you want to say.
Just keep watching. I'll be back soon. I'm ready to go, ready to give the Bowl Nation everything I got. Let's go win us a natty. Let's go do it.
I love it, man. I appreciate it. We'll catch up soon, man. We'll
Yes,
get you
sir.
back on. We'll get you
All
back
right,
on.
thank you, guys.
I appreciate you, Jaden.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're gonna keep this dang thing rolling on. Let's see where we're at. Let me pull up the chat here. We're at $5,180. Did we gain any momentum, or is that where we were at? I don't remember if that's where we were at. Let me pull back up the individual chat here. What are you and Mrs. J laughing at? I see you talking to her over there. It's not my first rodeo.
She busted me.
Talking about ladies?
Guys. No. She was like, I see that your pillow is on the couch. Take a nap today? Did you take a little nap today? Did you not do what I asked you to do? And did you take a nap? I was like, no, I didn't take a nap. I was testing the fluffiness of my pillow. That's all.
My younger daughter gets me in trouble, man. She slept till noon yesterday, and she was supposed to get up, do a bunch of stuff, help with the little guy. And my older daughter had to work, so she was supposed to have the night off. And the slick one, the younger one's like, "Do you care to take care of him?" And I'm gonna go upstairs. And then she's FaceTiming her boyfriend, and it's a whole to do. And then I somehow get in trouble. How am I responsible for this? I can't control that the 16-year-old sleeps till 2:00 in the afternoon. How's that supposed to be my problem? Let's see. We got Evan Counts for 100. Did I hit that one? Did I hit that? Evan Counts $100 donation. If I didn't, we appreciate you, Evan. Thank you. Very generous. We got an anonymous donation for $50. Appreciate that. We got X. Look at X. X, by the way, shout out X, although you know nothing about rap. Eminem is not the greatest rapper of all time, but we got a $20 donation from the X Factor. And then we got a $20 donation from X Factor Gaming. You can go watch X Factor. I don't know if he's on the PS5 or the Xbox or what he's up to, but you can go support him. X Factor Gaming. Appreciate you, X. $20, $40 really. Let's see. Are we caught up there? Coach Rice. No, Coach Rice dropped the 50 spot. He dropped the 50. And he said Jaden Lofton was firing him up. Maybe we need to get maybe Jaden can get back here and answer the phones with Ron the Don, and we'll keep this thing rolling. We got Charlie in the back. I'm going to bring Charlie on and see what's going on. This entire stream has been wrecked by Austin Price. He shows up 15 minutes late. Everything's off the rails. Charlie's in the house. Is Zach going to be able to make it, or are you flying solo tonight?
Zach, I think it's just going to be me. He was texting me just before this because he said for his son's basketball game, they got way behind, kind of like Austin Price, apparently. They got way behind because they had to find backup refs. I guess the normal refs didn't show up or something. So I believe he's stuck at a basketball game, unfortunately. But I'm happy to be here. Thanks for the invite as always. I guess this is third time in a row that I've been on here. It's an honor.
It's awesome, man. I'm glad to have you on. Let's just blame AP for everything. See, AP was late, which then made Ben late. And Ben said he had a podcast. He really had to go referee a kid's basketball game, and now those are late, so Zach's late. That's what caused all of it. But really what happened was Kelsey Pope held Braylon Staley, and he didn't show up. That's what – we're off the rails tonight, man. We're off the rails. I told my wife all day long. I said, I don't get nervous. I never get nervous when we stream, ever. Doesn't matter who the guest is, what we're talking about. I don't get nervous. I've done this for 10 years. I do not get nervous. I've had anxiety all day long because this is the most important stream we do. And it's like, man, we got to hit a home run tonight. And we've been off the rails, but that's okay because we're still raising a lot of money. We're still doing good things for Fisher House Foundation. Keep smashing the thumbs up. Keep sharing out the link because guess what? See, Uncle Ken even knows what I'm talking about. He's like, AP held the refs up. See, it's all AP's fault. Keep sharing out the link because this donation tab, this donation button right down below is going to be open for 7 days. It's going to be open all week. So people are still going to have an opportunity. People watching the replay after the fact are going to have the opportunity to continue to donate. So keep sharing it out. Keep smashing the thumbs up, all that good stuff. Man, let's circle back around. I told you guys, Charlie, I said we were going to talk about roster management, transfer portal, guys out, guys in. Like, how do you think this coaching staff has done? You look at the guys that they lost, 14 scholarship players. Was there a name on that list where you were like, this is a problem? Or did you just kind of say, I get it. We're not going to miss this guy?
I mean, obviously, we've talked about this a bunch on our show, even just this week on the show last night. We were talking about whether or not they kind of got caught. I don't want to be too dramatic about it. Not like it's caught with their pants down or anything like that, but just with being in the playoff and the whole distraction that was. I mean, you don't want to consider a national championship bid a distraction, but you know, the transfer portal opens up and they couldn't put their whole attention to it. And then it felt like they've been behind ever since then with the transfer portal. I mean, the wide receiver room is obviously where your mind goes first, where even though you kept your primetime guy, you just lost. I mean, that room is just decimated in terms of depth at best. And so I think overall there was nobody where I was just clamoring, just, oh my gosh, I can't believe that they lost. I mean, Mike Matthews would have been that guy and they were able to hang on to him. But I would really go what is kind of causing a little concern in my head. Again, I don't want to be too alarmist. You're coming off a playoff bid and things are going well. You got kids like Jaden Lofton coming in. I love that
he's
interview
awesome
there.
Awesome.
By the way, dude, he was killer. It's a crapshoot talking to players a lot of time. I'm sure you know doing this. There are dudes that don't have a lot to say, and then there are guys like him. It seemed like he despite the fact that he's brand new, I mean, he was ready for.
He's coming to take our jobs, Charlie. He's coming to take our jobs. That's what he's doing.
That was cool to see. He seems like a cool kid, but yeah, I mean, things are in a great place, so I don't want to be too down on it, but I have definitely looked and gone like, are we, you know, the pickup of Star Thomas is great, but you haven't heard much else. I guess Sam Pendleton now, the kid from Notre Dame, is in the talks, and the real far-fetched rumors like a Carnell Tate and stuff. It's getting brought up. I mean, I don't think that's happening.
You got to talk about it, but we'll see.
Yeah, what happens. Exactly. But I am right now kind of going like, really? We're not going to try a little bit harder than this. Like we're pretty good with this roster at this moment, and maybe they are, and that's cool at this point. I have to trust Heupel implicitly. The guy is the best coach we've had in forever, so that's fine. But outside looking in, it feels like they could be doing a little bit more. I don't know how y'all feel about it.
Go back to something you just said though, because I think this is a key. I think it's a key. You said, getting caught with your pants down. It's like you got to fix that. You can't expect a coach to be coaching the first round of the college football playoff, and he has to be looking at other kids in the portal. Like what's the answer though? Like classes started at Tennessee very late, just starting on Tuesday, right? That's a very late start date. A lot of classes started a couple of weeks earlier than that, and the national championship game just happened. Like, how do you fix? I don't know that there is a fix for that, but that's a problem that you're asking a coach. You got to focus on the portal, even though you're playing Ohio State coming up.
I mean, it has to just be at a certain point. I think a complete infrastructure is going to get built out around the transfer portal and everything to do with that. Like you have to have a transfer portal staff. I feel like at this point, kind of like I think a lot of people have been saying in terms of dollar figures, they just keep going up and up and up and up. And it almost feels like at this point for a a school-wide NIL effort at a high level, if you want to be a Danny White everything school, what's it? 40 million bucks, 50 million bucks at this point. And then if you add in kind of this factor, at least with football, where you probably have to have dedicated people to make sure nothing slips through the cracks, it just continues to get more expensive and time consuming and resource consuming. And it really is crazy. You're 100% right. They got to get that fixed. Something has to be done. It was stupid from the very beginning. The early signing day that they instituted there, and just the thought behind it was probably good, but it's not doable now. I mean, it's just silly. What you do, I don't know. They don't pay me the big bucks to decide those things, but yeah, it definitely needs to change.
Yeah, just kind of tagging off the transfer portal, Charlie. For me, it's like I always feel like balance is best. The last 2 years, I think Ole Miss has been number one in the portal as far as portal rankings go. Do we get too enamored with that as fans? Like you got to go out and get this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy, and then at the end of the day, you have no chemistry and you miss the playoff. Where's that balance for you, and what do you think as far as how aggressive teams should be with filling transfer portal needs?
At this early glance that we have now, I mean, we are still pretty early on in this whole NIL thing, even though we're years in at this point. It does feel like, even though the transfer portal is now an awesome resource where you can get some really great players. I mean, Hendon Hooker and the guys like that Tennessee has benefited from in huge ways. It is about elite guys coming out of high school. It just is, because they build that foundation for you, and it's about getting them and keeping them. Like a Mike Matthews, it is so worth it to pay up and keep a guy, as long as he can develop and
Sure.
meet the expectations that we have for him. But it's to what you're saying there. It is about building that culture, that foundation, having guys that are around for a long time. I mean, at this point, that is so unheard of, to have a guy that sticks around for 4 years, maybe even 5. I mean, there's so many guys, like, they'll go somewhere for 4 years, and then in that 5th year, they go, oh, well, I'm a grad transfer. I'll go make my money somewhere else. And now for my 5th year, I'll at least get a paycheck out of it, even if I don't play in the NFL. Like, that's becoming such a common thing now. And it is so rare to get really great 5-year guys. I mean, like, it's Bryson Eason for Tennessee. Like, that is at this point a little bit of a shooting star, to have a guy coming back for a 5th year who started with you. And so it's, to me, in my opinion, that's what you have to emphasize. And I think that's, again, I don't want to be too down on Heupel, but it's something that I've hit on a lot, where I've gone, you got to get elite guys. You got to get elite guys. You got to get elite guys. And they got a couple. Nico Amaliaba and a couple other guys. But when you look at how Georgia is built, at how Ohio State is built, they have a set of dudes who are 5 stars coming out of high school, and a whole bunch of them. Even though Ohio State won a national championship with a ton of transfers this year, even though they still have a great foundation of elite players. And so maybe I'm wrong about that in the long run, but that's just what it feels like right now.
I'm laughing at you talking about, like, just guys bouncing around. And it's like, I put out a video when the Breedlove kid, Kendrick Breedlove, was being rumored that he was going to take a visit to Tennessee. And I start researching this kid, and it's like, he committed to Ole Miss. He was there for 2 years. Then he went to Colorado. Then he went to Purdue. Then he committed to Arizona State, but then he's going to visit. It's like, man, you got kids going to 4 different schools in 4 years. Like, college football, like, I think it just circles back to what you said. Something completely, like a complete restructure of all of this. And it's like, at what point do we have GMs that deal with all this? And Josh Heupel just coaches football. The guy makes what, $9 million a year? I don't know if I would want $9 million a year to work the hours that he works and do the things that he does and deals with all the personalities that he deals with. Like, I don't know that I would sign up for that. I think for me, like, it's a balancing act. I do think you have to recruit at an elite level through high school. I think the portal, I think you got to fill needs in the portal. And I think Josh Heupel's done a good job with that as far as, you added Wendell Moore Jr. I think that's a nice add. I think he's going to start at guard for Tennessee. I think the kid from Duke is going to be in the 3-man rotation at running back. I think Amari Jefferson, we'll see. He's an unknown, right? Like we were all gung-ho about Amari Jefferson coming out of high school, but then he didn't play all year. I'm excited about Amari Jefferson. Great kid. I think his future is bright. I think we were all, Charlie, we were looking for that Carnell Tate that we're all like now talking about saying, is he even going to enter the portal? And if he does, do we really have a shot? We were looking for that big name and we didn't get it. I think that's where maybe what you feel like is negative is where the disappointment comes from.
Yeah, and you see in basketball and baseball, a Dalton Connect, a Billy Amick, and they're making an Elite Eight, winning a national championship, and you look at football, and you're coming from Hendon Hooker in football, where you got an elite guy out of the portal, even though you didn't expect it with him. And so, yeah, you do feel like, man, if we could get a guy who's already long tenured in college football, and he's like the sort of a 5-star guy, that's everything that you need. You're getting a known commodity. Like the guys out of high school, it's great when they have that 5-star plus by their name, but they're still kind of an unknown most of the time. And yes, it would be nice to get a little Lane Kiffin action here and get some splashes out of the transfer portal. I don't think Lane is doing it right. Like, I don't think his way is the highway for sure. Obviously, I mean, they
Right.
kind of crashed and burned this season. Well, not crashing. That's that's a little too much. But they didn't make the college football playoff, and Tennessee did. But I would like a little bit more, a little like the kid. Why am I drawing a blank out of USC? And his
Zachariah Branch.
Zachariah Branch.
Branch.
Yeah. Something like that. I mean, Georgia went out and snagged that kid, and it's huge. And I have zero doubt he's going to be a big contributor for them next year. And why are we only hearing stuff like, at the very beginning, Tennessee's going to take a big swing? Did I see any evidence of that really happening? The kid never even visited Tennessee, to my knowledge. And I don't know. Again, I keep saying it. I don't want to get too negative about it because you just made a playoff appearance. But it is, when you look at the future and you look at what is winning when it comes to transfer portal and recruiting, Tennessee is doing well, but it is not doing what national championship winning teams are doing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. So do you think, let's put on our wizard outfit here and get a magic wand real quick and say, all right, Josh Heupel pulls in Carnell Tate, this week. Is that enough? Are we that close? Are we one big splash player away as you see it? Or do you think this team's got to develop too? They've got to take those bones that you talked about, those 5-star Mike Matthews, the 5-star Nikos, and they have to grow too. Otherwise, that one splash player is not enough.
I think you're pretty close, at least offensively. Defense, I feel like it's kind of yet to be seen because you got some really nice pieces coming up, but you're losing huge, giant contributors, guys who are team leaders. And while I think that defensive line is going to be good, it's like talented but fairly unknown pieces coming up. But on offense, it does kind of feel like, you have both your tackle spots kind of shored up now. You think, even though one of those is an incoming freshman, hopefully he lives up to his billing. But it does kind of feel like, man, if you could get in another elite offensive lineman and then an elite wide receiver, because you just looked at the power that Tennessee had with Jalen Hyatt, where when you had that breakaway guy who could make those plays for you, the difference that made. You did not have anything close to that this season, and it was so glaringly obvious because when Nico finally solved some of the overthrow stuff, and then these guys are just dropping passes, and the guys can't get open, and it's all, if it wasn't one thing, it was another, and it does kind of feel like, man, if you could just get that one wideout who's, I mean, it's just Jeremiah Smith that guy right now. I was texting during the national
him.
championship. I was texting with Zach Reagan during the national championship, and I said, if you're Jeremiah Smith right now, are you asking for $10 million during the offseason? I'm not even exaggerating. Literally,
Yeah.
if Carson Beck's getting 4, this kid nearly single-handedly carried this team to a national championship, and he's a freshman. Like, what kind of money is he gonna be able to ask, or frankly, demand from Ohio State with everything that's going on? That's a little beside the point, but he's just a huge difference maker. It's a huge difference maker when you have a dude like that. And we saw with Jalen Hyatt, you can see it there with a guy like Jeremiah Smith. So maybe it is. Football's not like basketball where one, big time guy like Dalton Connect can flip you around and suddenly you're elite. But it certainly wouldn't hurt. Put it that way.
If you went and got a guy,
Nico.
If you went and got a guy like Carnell Tate, I think the mindset of our fan base and what Heupel has done in the portal this window, and I get it. There's going to be another window post spring. The big dudes never go in post spring. That's usually depth pieces. But if you added Carnell Tate with Wendell Moy Jr., with the kid from Duke, with Amari Jefferson, I think all of a sudden people would be saying, all right, maybe what I was calling a C is now maybe a B plus or an A minus. I think that would shift. It's name value. I think Carnell Tate would bring name value. But what do you think about the rest of this team for 2025? Like the guy, what now, and of course things are going to change. We'll see what happens. But this team in 2025, like what's your expectations? Do you see a step back? Do you see a pathway to a step forward? Do you think we got to now? We can't just make the college football playoff. We got to win round 1, round 2. Like what's your expectation?
Man, it's so hard to say just because some of the unknown elements, like Jermon McCoy being injured, you don't know if you're going to have him back. That's such a huge thing. I mean, that one's going to make me nervous up to the day of Tennessee's first game. They can probably beat Syracuse without him, but if you get into real SEC play without Jermon McCoy,
Georgia's early. Georgia's early.
Oh, yeah, it's like third game.
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt big time. So some of the factors like that, I'm not sure. I think Nico's gonna take a good step forward. He was really finding his step near the end of the season, finding toughness, finding maturity, finding that leadership, and that's so encouraging. And obviously, I mean, if you got to do it at quarterback, then he can take you really far, even just on his own. Especially when they unlocked his legs, I don't think they're gonna run him much like they did in that Ohio State game, just because it was sort of it's the final game of the season. We got to do something here. We're behind by 21 points, or just throw caution to the wind. But if they unlock the legs, maybe the turnover in the wide receiver room with Mike Matthews being the number 1 guy, Braylon Staley has so much potential, all this stuff. Maybe that freshens that whole thing up. They find a real connection that they just didn't have this season. And I think it could be really big. There's a very good reason that Vegas thinks that the over-under is 9.5 wins. I probably lean more 9 than I lean 10 at this exact moment, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, if you picked up a Carnell Tate, maybe I'm leaning more towards 10. And so it's tough to say at the moment. The schedule is obviously tough. You got to go to Tuscaloosa. You got to go to the Swamp at the end of the season, and kind of an odd spot there. It's gonna be interesting. And did we not all have the thought? This is a little bit of a side note. Did we not all have the thought when Florida picked up Harrison Bailey that this exact scenario would unfold? Tennessee should have a strong defensive line again next year. First drive of the game, we just. We crack Lagway. He gets concussion symptoms, and he goes and sits.
It's 100% happening. Yes.
And Harrison Bailey comes in and drops like 7 touchdowns on us. That's what's
I don't know about that part.
Let me tell you something. If
He's 100% coming in the game.
If Harrison Bailey comes in the game and lights up Tennessee, I'm gonna have to delete the channel and disappear from the internet, because I will get absolutely destroyed. I will have to disappear forever if that happens. I cannot believe.
Yeah.
I'm clipping this, and if it happens, that'll be the last video. Is Charlie saying that, and then a tombstone, and me saying rest in peace, and Talkin VAWLS is dead forever. That's it. That's the wrap.
It feels inevitable with just the way that
Oh, good
voodoo
Lord.
that's over that game in Gainesville every time. But I think I do have at least 9 wins expectations for this coming year right now. And then maybe we get into that Syracuse game and we see that something special is unfolding and it gets better, or the opposite. We see that maybe things aren't so hot. And my opinion would change. But right now, I think nine wins is about right.
Like, look at history. Look at the reality. Josh Heupel struggles on the road. You got to go beat Alabama. You got to go beat Florida on the road, and you got Georgia at home. There's your 3 that everybody's going to circle with why 9-3 makes sense. We'll see what happens. I'm excited about it. We're going to let you get out the door, man. I love what you guys do. I love you and Zach. Somebody sent me, Zach wrote an article about a quote. What was the quote? It was something from the Amari Jefferson interview we did. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if it was something about baseball. Anyway, Zach wrote an article, and somebody sent it to me. And I don't know if they were expecting me to be mad. And I was like, I love this. I was like, I love Zach and Charlie. Like, this is great. I was like, do you know how many articles of Zach's that I've used on live streams? Like, no, I love that he pulled a quote from, and he's like, we are getting free promotion out of that. Like, Talkin VAWLS Network. Here's the link. Here's the clip. Like, I love it. I love what you guys do, man. It's always a blast having you guys on. The floor is yours. Any plugs? What's going on with the Big Orange podcast? What are you guys doing? Covering baseball, basketball, all that good stuff.
Yeah, we are year round with the Big Orange podcast, Mondays, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Sometimes that switches around. This week it just fell where we had to do it last night. But if you go subscribe, you won't miss our stuff. The A to Z Sports Tennessee Vols channel. We have there Lucas Panzica of 104.5 in Nashville. He's the producer for the Buck Rising show. I know he's a very well-loved figure among Tennessee fans.
Dude, what he blew up. I think I've never connected with him. I've never talked to him, but he's a pretty big deal now, isn't he? Like he's doing things.
It's the midday show on 104.5, which is the biggest sports station in Nashville. And I mean, he was and still is a to Z Sports guy and has obviously gotten deep connections in with the Titans now. But he's not a Tennessee native, and he likes to throw jabs at us Vols, as much of the media in Nashville do. But I'll leave it there, as the company that I do my show for is based out of Nashville. I'll just, kind of no comment from there. But yeah, just a big Orange podcast, A to Z Sports Tennessee Vols for us, and Lucas Panzica's videos. He does kind of explainer videos every week. But otherwise, get in here, donate to an awesome cause. I love that you guys do this. It seriously is so cool, and I'm always honored that we get an invite. I really, really appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you hanging with us as we're now 30 or 45 minutes behind schedule. But we appreciate you, man. We'll catch up soon, all right?
Perfect.
All righty. Thanks, guys.
All right, later, brother.
Care.
All right, we're going to keep this dang thing rolling. The Talkin VAWLS family is about to jump on here, but let me go see what is going on. We are at $5,260 in donations for the night. I'm calling you guys out. That's not good enough. Let's put on more steam. And if you can't afford to give more, then share the link. Let people know that we're live. Let's put on more steam. Are we going to be – Coach A set me up for failure. I knew we were going to fail. You set me up for this, and now I'm mad. And I'm not mad at the chat.
Man.
I'm mad at you.
We got a week. We're going to rally, man.
Well, you're going to have to cut a check for about $10,000 to make me happy. That's what you're going to have. It's on you. It's on you.
Probably. That's all right.
Let me see what is going on. Let me see what donations we have. Let me roll back up. God, this is exhausting every time I have to go scroll through all of the chat. Were you the first one I missed?
Maybe.
Gosh, I'm going way up here.
Was it like a $10 or $20?
Yes. Yeah, because we had X. That was the last one, and then Coach J drops. No, wait. Coach Rice dropped 50. We got that one.
Okay, yeah, we got that one.
And then Coach J dropped another $10 donation to the Fisher House Foundation. We got an anonymous donation for $50. I wonder if that was Big Trey. Big Trey was like, why was my donation anonymous? I think you got to check a box. There's a box you got to check. Kaner's in the chat eating up that he's finally seeing the Kaner emoji from the YouTube chat instead of from StreamYard. So he's seeing that glorious hair. He's having a good time with that. But shout out to Big Trey if that was him. Wayne Starnes drops a 20 spot. We appreciate you, Wayne, for the donation to the Fisher House Foundation. And I think we are all caught up. Look, I sent the invite to everybody. I sent it to good old Nate Pruitt. I sent it to Dustin Sellers. I sent it to the X Factor. Everybody got the invite.
And Dauber shows up.
Dauber's
Okay.
just sitting there in that
All
sweet
right.
Talkin VAWLS network camouflage hoodie. You guys asked
Looking
for it. You
good.
guys demanded it. We got it. I like it. How is it special? Is there a reason it's so overpriced?
It's not. It's pretty heavy.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. It's not thin like the previous one I got. So,
man, oh man,
it's real nice on these cold days. I tell you,
dude. Our heat pump has been running nonstop, and it's still 60 degrees in our house. Like I'm gonna have to replace 2 heat pumps at this point.
I'm down here in the basement, and I want to go put on my long johns and everything else sitting down here.
See, I got it made in here because there's no windows, there's no breeze. So I shut the door and the heat just comes right in. I usually sweat, but because it's negative 47 degrees, we're living the dream. Let me play. I got one last video I want to play from the Fisher House Foundation real quick, and then we'll hang out and we'll talk a little ball. I should probably I'm channeling my inner Coach Jay here. I'm muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
The healing and recovering from an injury is a pretty difficult one. Having your family around while you're recovering is significant to the healing process.
Fisher House is home away from home. You'll make a new family. You'll give strength to each other. And you're never alone. This is the hardest time in your life. And you shouldn't be alone.
I can't imagine what my life would be like if I were not afforded an opportunity to heal and grow in a Fisher House.
The Fisher House provides a network of comfort homes where military and veterans' families can stay at no cost while their loved ones receive treatment. For those who have served, that can make all the difference in the world. The Fisher House supports the men and women who have given up so much to serve their country in their time of greatest need by making it possible to have their loved ones close by to support them when they need it the most.
Fisher House Foundation, that's what this night is all about. You know, we've been live too long when the Fisher House is like, we're out, man. We appreciate y'all. Deuces, we're going to bed. Like they were hanging out in the chat all night, and then they're finally like, yeah, we're going to bed. We appreciate y'all, but we're out. We're going to bed. We got Captain D's in the house as well. All right, the boys are all here. I told Coach Jay this was inevitable. I told him it was going to happen. I got to pee like a racehorse. So the floor is yours. Coach Jay, if you want to take a break, take a break. We'll just let them run the show. If you want to hang out until I get back, I'll be back in a minute. Y'all talk ball, talk about the foundation. Talk about what this means to you guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll start that off. Go ahead.
Hold on, just real quick. Boogie, we weren't just peeing in bottles underneath the desk.
You want me to tell you a funny story? Have I ever told? Hold on.
Sorry.
Have I ever told this story on air? I'm going to tell it. It's a charity stream. Let's have
Okay,
fun.
sorry, my bad.
So we used to do Comic Cast every Sunday, right? Every Sunday. I can't believe I'm about to tell this on a charity stream. Every Sunday we did Comic Cast. It was a comic book podcast. It was me, my best friend, and a couple other guys that owned a nerd geek website. And every Sunday we did it. And we were doing a show, and it was a dual broadcast. So it was broadcasted on this channel, and it was also broadcasted on their channel, but also their Facebook page that had like 10,000 people that tuned into it. We finished the show. I shut my stream off. We're sitting like we talk in the back room. Well, I needed to. I had to do what Coach Jay just said. So I pulled out a Coors Light bottle off air. Like you couldn't see anything. And I'm like, boys, I couldn't take it. I had to piss so bad. You can hear the Coors Light bottle filling up. And my co-host from the other channel said, Boogie, we're still live on my platform. And I was like, camera off, mic off. I'm out. All right. I'll be right back. Coach Jay, you're muted.
All right. Now you may go.
Oh yeah, you're good. No,
take it away.
Amazing cause. First off, good to see y'all. It's been a minute.
Good to see you as well.
I've been pumping up the hits on this record that I've been trying to finish up for months. Spent an absolute fortune on it, but that's what you do in the music business. You put all your money into it, and you get this back. You know, that's just the business that I decided to be in for some reason. But yeah, good to see y'all. Amazing charity and program down there. I used to live in Murfreesboro, and so I met a lot of people, veterans and people that work there. And I think that's that's the most important thing that people need. I don't care if you were in, the modern time wars, or if you served in, World War II or Vietnam or whatever. Regardless, like, you need that community around you, and they're an excellent charity for that. So if you've donated before, donate a little bit more. If you haven't donated yet, go ahead and pull that trigger. They're trying to hit a great number for this organization. And, I think it gets overlooked. Even somebody like me that like appreciates veterans, like, you hear that, they sacrificed their lives for you. And you kind of just think, well, they passed away or whatever. But in a lot of ways, they're still sacrificing because they may not come back the same. It doesn't always mean a physical sacrifice or your life. It could be a mental or emotional sacrifice that they may never be the same. So take care of your brothers and sisters in the armed forces. And so I'm glad to be on here tonight.
Yeah. Nate, you want to tag anything onto that?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Anything helping the veterans and our armed forces, man, that's all what I'm all about. Come from a military family, so I know firsthand on some of the effects that it has for people. I didn't go in the military myself, but my father did, my brother, my grandfather, you name it, they were there. And brother-in-laws, everything else, anywhere from Desert Storm all the way to Iraqi Freedom, all those. So, it's a good thing to get the charity going. I'm just thankful to be able to be a part of it, man. This is a great cause. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dauber?
Yeah, I'll echo those same sentiments, and just tag on. I threw it out in the chat earlier. I love being able to come on this platform and hang with other like-minded folks, talk Tennessee football. We've talked about it before. There's just something about Tennessee sports that brings people together. Once it gets in you, man, it bites you hard. And the fact that we can build this community, it's amazing. And I have so much fun coming on here doing this, even though it wasn't my jam when Boogie and a few others came to me and said, hey, why don't you come do this with us? I was like, nah, not my thing. But I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been so much fun. But this is by far my favorite thing that we do on here. To be able to help and give back to such a worthy cause. I just so much appreciation, so much love to the men and women who do answer that calling and serve this country. And then for the Fisher House to be able to serve those men and women and their families and offer what they do for them when they're injured or having surgery or all the things that they provide. It's just such a worthy cause, and I appreciate you asking me to come out, Boogie, and contribute my small little part.
Small
Got
little
it.
part. You're my ride or
Yeah.
die, bro. My ride or die. You've been around a minute.
You want to chime in on what you think about the foundation and how much it is important to the foundation to realize that Tupac is a better rapper than him?
I mean, well,
by the way, X, hold on. I know you weren't here. You didn't see our interview with Gabriel Ascenda. Young Gabriel, did you see? He put you in your place. He told you that Tupac was the GOAT. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
He is. But like I said, I mean, but hey, we didn't grow up in that era, so we really didn't.
He's younger than you, X.
I know he is. I know he is. But as I said, but it's okay. But not say Eminem. Listen, look, it's okay. It'd be an interesting battle. It'd be very interesting. But right now, it's all about Kendrick Lamar. We got Kendrick going on. But anyway, now, like I said, the Fisher House Foundation, man, Boog, like I said, this is like my 4th year jumping on here with you to celebrate this cause, man. It's a really awesome cause. And as you know, like I said, I don't know Captain D and Nay, I don't know if you guys know, but like, I come from a military family. My dad served in the Army, my stepdad did, and my papa was in the Air Force, my uncle were in the Air Force, and then of course I got other relatives that served in the Marines and Army as well. And most importantly, which, God rest his soul, my great grandfather, he passed away about 4 or 5 years ago. He served in World War II. So that right there, and like I said, and of course I'm not trying to cry because I know last year,
I'm not doing that.
I'm not trying to cry or nothing like that, but no, but that man was literally everything to me. And I just pray every day that I try to be as good as a man that he was when he was here on this earth. So, God rest his soul. But that's also the reason why too, that, vets like him, like I give my full heart, full respect to the men and women that go and fight and to protect and serve our country. Mm-hmm. And that's why the Fisher House, man, like it's definitely a great cause, man, for sure. So yeah, I'm glad to be a part of this community, glad to be a part of this foundation. And yeah, it's a very, very great cause.
What's sad is, man, the World War II generation, the great generation, they are like none of our generations are that. Like humans are not built like that anymore. Like the great generation is on the way. Like there can't be that many of them left, man. And it's like that's why I love World War II. I love World War II history, and I love reading stories. Man, I just got an Instagram reel like just this week, and it's like it's an emotional week, man. It's a big stream. I say all the time. It's like. That's why I was stressed today. I told my wife, I'm like, I don't stress. I don't get nervous. I was stressed. I wanted to succeed. I want to raise $50,000. I want to raise $100,000. I want to keep building Talkin VAWLS so we can keep raising more money for the Fisher. Like it means so much to me. And you guys know why, like X said, we're not crying tonight, but you guys know why it means so much to me. And it's like that generation, man. I saw, it was a video of a guy that went back to Normandy and he saw his wingman was buried there and he didn't know he was buried in that cemetery. And so he was walking through and by convenience looked down and then, man, he just broke down and like hit a knee and like just lost it. I mean, you're talking about a 90-year-old man like bawling because like that was his wingman. And like the full story, it is social media. So they're getting attacked or getting railed saying, why would you share this intimate moment? And it's like, because of that post, because of them sharing that, which the man approved of, he got to connect with his wingman's family. And it's like, he was like, he had told the story and talked about how his wingman was going down. And he was like, tell my wife I love her. And that's it. Life's over. And now how many years later, because of a social media clip, like this dude is connecting with that guy's family. Like that generation is the great generation. I love World War II history. I love the guys that serve now, the guys and gals that serve now, like the men and women of the military, they're built different. I don't know who you've thrown it to and who's talked. So they, if you've, has anybody,
everyone's gone around about the foundation.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, and I was going to make a point too. It's like we talk a lot about how young these kids are in the program and stuff, and those same kids that same age in those days and across the board are going over to the Fight for Us. You know what I mean? And something I think that's important for everybody is a community like this. I've got a close friend of mine that's been through a lot of things. He's went all over the world trying to remedy his PTSD symptoms and all that kind of stuff. And so just stopping those people and letting them know that they have people and outlets to talk to, because you don't know what these people have been through or what they've not been through. So taking that moment or taking a moment like this and taking a big picture and step back and realize how many people are involved with that. I live like 2 miles from, I'm not sure the exact name of it, but it's a military veterans cemetery. And just that cemetery alone is miles and miles of tombstones. I mean, it's just baffling. So I try to go there Veterans Day every year and just sit there for a moment, because I think that's starts to set in a little bit, because it's just one speck of sand into the millions of people that sacrificed themselves. So this and I was saying before, Boogie, while you were off the air, I used to live in Murfreesboro, so I run into people all the time in my college days that either worked for that foundation or had a relative that was in that foundation, or et cetera. So I'm glad you're doing this, man. And like I said, I'm glad to be here tonight for it.
I love how it's just organic, man. Again, going back to that first stream, I don't even remember who all was on. I don't even know what we were doing. I don't know why we were even on. I have no idea. And
It was
somehow
it was a normal stream.
But somehow it got brought up in the chat. There was a bunch of people that said I served. By the way, right now we're so 4 hours into this thing. A lot of people are not watching. If you're watching and you served, put where you served, who you served with. Put it in the chat. I would love to see that. And it just came up organically. And I was like, you know what? We're just going to donate these super chats. And then we started doing the stream, and it just grew and grew and grew. And now it became a thing. And all these people, man, like that reach out and want to be a part of it. More important issues. I didn't ask them. They asked me. And I love that. They're like, hey, man, we want to be a part of it. This is important. What you're doing is important. And I talked to Landon a few times, but, man, I love it. It's my favorite stream of the year. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of this year was probably the most work. That's why I was like, Coach, I need your help. I couldn't have done it. I could not have done it without you, Coach, because when Braylon got stuck in his meeting, I would have been screwed. I would have been sitting here by myself for 20 minutes, like looking at the camera going, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? Like it's a lot to juggle. So many people, so many personalities, so many schedules. But man, it's worth it in the long run. Y'all want to talk a little ball? How we feeling? What's the pulse, Nate? How we feeling about the transfer portal, the loss to Ohio State? Have you recovered? Are you mad? Are you angry? Are we okay? How we feeling?
I'm
Nate?
fully recovered. I'm already looking for next year, and I'm still saying undefeated. You know, I'm right back in it, man.
I love it.
I'm right back in it.
I was about to say.
You know,
Go ahead, Nate.
Go ahead, Nate.
I said the view a little bit of or an opinion, I'd say rather, is that do we get upset of a 10-win season? So do we get upset with all the games that we played, or are we just letting the few games that we didn't play well overthrow everything that Tennessee has achieved this year? And man, we've done too much and we've gone too far. And it's only going to get better. We may have a little setback here and there. Might have to refocus and reevaluate where everybody's going to be. I believe that we're going to take care of business.
Yeah. Is there any?
Is the ghost of White Lightning trying to haunt Nate? What is that echo? It's Bob. Bob was trying to infiltrate Nate's. What is happening? It sounds like Bob all of a sudden. Go ahead, Dustin.
I was just going to say, does anybody have a little solace in the fact that we lost to the national champions? Yeah.
I mean, the fact that when you spend that much money on a roster, let's be real, you're supposed to win it. Like you need to win it when you put that much money invested into a roster. Yeah. And think about it too. I mean, who would have thought that one Michigan loss just sparked all of Ohio State? Like, I mean, it was just fuel for them, and the fact too, that they lost to Oregon. Which after that Oregon loss, I was like, no, I'm recovered now, because Oregon was, like I said, this undefeated #1 seed, had months to prepare for Ohio State, and you get whipped and you don't even show up. So
I mean, that by far was the hardest road to the national championship. So I mean, more power to them. They won and came to play. And
let me tell y'all whippersnappers something here.
Oh, Lord.
You worry about the things you can control. You can't control Ohio State. You can't control who they play, what they play, that they lost to Michigan. We went out and played a poor football game. And that's what I can't get over, because we had the opportunity and we didn't show up. We didn't play Tennessee football. The defense is what I really struggled to watch. I mean, it's just like they didn't even show up. That's left a sour taste in my mouth. And frankly, it should fire up, everybody that didn't bail and hit the portal, everybody that's coming into the program right now, starting to working out, getting into the playbook, all the coaching staff. It should fire them up. Because
I think you were in the back room when Jaden was in here. They got a chip on their shoulder. I loved hearing that. They're ready to go.
And that's because of where we've been, because of where we were, the opportunity that we had, and then how it played out. I'm not taking for granted a double-digit win season. I'm not taking for granted making the playoffs, but I am disappointed in the showing that we had. And I can't remember who it was earlier in the show that said, had it been a better game, had it been a little closer, it maybe would have been a little easier to swallow. But the fact that I'm going to say right now, we did not play our best game. But I mean, Ohio State was the better team, but we could have gave them a better fight.
Yeah, I kind of kept waiting for our best game all year, to be honest with you. It wasn't super sexy, but we somehow managed. So there's something to be said for that. But yeah, it's like that toss up between like, okay, did we not show up, or we really still got that many steps to take to get up to their level? I think it was probably a combination of both, and it showed up quickly.
Yeah, in a way, it's almost like, and we talked about it a lot, like we all kind of thought if we see 4 whole quarters out of that team, they would have been really dangerous. And we never truly saw it. And quite frankly, we beat a lot of the SEC playing a half of football. So, I kept harping on it last year. We're going to have to cross that bridge, right? I know you have, young players and growth, like I've been talking about the next factor, but you got to cross that bridge. We got to fix that. That's one thing really got to be highlighted. We got to put up 4 quarters together next year, certainly.
Well, and I think, not to cut you off, but I think the big thing, and it falls, I think, solely on Coach Josh Heupel, is the narrative of big games on the road. And I think that is going to have to, he's going to have to get that monkey off his back for this team to take the next step as well.
And then, Coach, you also, you said it in one of the videos too, is that, looking forward to, next year's schedule. The one, and like I said, ever since Josh Heupel came, like I said, look, he's beaten Florida. He's beaten Alabama. I mean, if you want to throw LSU in there, whatever, and all of our other rival games, Kentucky, Vanderbilt, all that. But the one rival he hasn't beaten yet is Georgia. We play him in the week. So that's the one rival team that you have to beat. Because I think what it is that if you take down Georgia, and let's be real, guys, Georgia's looking pretty vulnerable. I mean, we're losing Jermod, you know what I'm saying? We're losing him because I know that, you and Charlie were talking about that earlier, and that is a huge loss. But just think about it. Georgia has a lot of question marks, and this is the perfect opportunity just to take it to them and just to say, hey, look, this is our time. You're starting to kind of not necessarily have a down year, but like they're kind of going down a little slope a little bit. And this is the time just to hit them in the mouth. So
I think that's what 2025 is all about, though. Beating Georgia.
Yeah.
And then getting that road win, beating Florida on the road, beating Alabama on the road. That's why when Charlie said 9-3, I'm like, I can't argue with somebody that thinks this team's going to go 9-3 because you've yet to beat Florida and Alabama on the road, and you've yet to beat Georgia. So you can chalk that up. Anybody making a prediction is going to be like, well, there's my 3 losses. So are we 8-4? Is that the floor? Like, what's the ceiling?
I do like the spot. I will say, like, I agree with what X said, and hopefully Jermod's back by then. I've heard people predict by first game of the year, but we catch Georgia.
A lot of doctors in the comment section.
Yeah. We catch Georgia, week 3. We got a nice little warm-up game in Syracuse. Going to be a little easier now that Kyle McCord's gone on to the NFL, and they've lost some key contributors there. But
can I say I'm glad you're not selling that game as NC State? I thought I was going to have to yell at you.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'm good.
If McCord was there, you probably would have got that.
He's waiting for the Vandy game and Diego Pavia.
My point is, with Georgia, that Gunnar Stockton's first road SEC game is going to be week 3 at Knoxville. And the only warm-up he's going to have is at home against a Marshall team that everyone quit and hit the transfer portal, and then Austin Peay. So that's going to be a ruckus environment and a really interesting game. Maybe I can convince Miss J to keep the undefeated record going for week 3 at Knoxville.
Can we start
that
right? Campaign to get Coach J and Mrs.
It is
Coach
a good
J?
spot, but I guess the question I'm getting to too is, if you guys could pick, like let's say you could pick one. I asked someone earlier today, if you could take one win and magically gift it to Tennessee next year, what game is that? We can go around. Dauber, you want to answer first?
It would have to be Georgia or Florida in the swamp.
Okay. X.
Well, you know my hatred for Florida, and I know we play them in the swamp this year. So yeah, I mean we got to break that curse too, right there, man. And then also too, it also drives the narrative too, is that can Josh Heupel, like, brother, you got to win on the road. You got to win in these big moments, because if not, we're staring at what Ohio State did to us just this past season. So, you know, and I get it. I know everybody's upset that we should have had a home playoff game, all that stuff. But guys, we can't expect that every year, because let's be real, they're going to jip us some way or another because we're Tennessee fans. But that just shows that, like, Josh Heupel, yeah, he's got, like Dauber said, he's got to get that monkey off his back. He's got to show up, win big on the road. Because, I mean, look, you've seen the great Nick Saban do it, seen Kirby Smart do it. So if Josh Heupel wants to take that next step, he's got to make those big wins on the road.
Justin, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the sake for the better win would obviously be Georgia, because they're more likely to be higher ranked throughout the year. But my heart wants to beat the Gators at the Swamp, or just beat the Gators at any time, because, you know, I'm an 80s, 90s kid, and that just gauntlet that we went back and forth with them for so long just still sticks with me. And then the Butch era, where we lost, you know, so many heartbreakers to them at the end, just still, you know, kills me. But, you know, starting off the season, you know, third game of the year to beat Georgia would be huge. That would, if we had one or the other, I would be okay with one or the other.
And Nate?
Mine's going to be Florida. That's hands down to me. That's Florida. I hate Florida.
There you go, Nate.
Nico beats Harrison Bailey. You heard it here first.
Me too.
Volunteer.
Yeah, that was hilarious. When he said that, I was like, dude, you're speaking my language, because I'm a pretty much a glass half full type guy. But damn it, the stuff that happens to us as a Tennessee fan is just like, you couldn't write this stuff. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
why it made me want to puke when he said it. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, this is the most Tennessee thing ever.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
Sell the whole shit.
And Dauber, we just had 2 this past weekend, losing to stupid Vanderbilt, both men and women, by a point in that damn gym. They need to tear down. I'm going to go over there and do something I shouldn't do. But Scott.
But it's early. It's early. Calm down. It's early.
I know, but God,
better lose in January than March.
Yes,
that's true.
And I said that 2 years ago too, where they lost to that buzzer beater. That's the last time I've been there.
Looking at the schedule, man, I see us taking it.
I got one last thought for everyone. You know, just because it's like way too early and it's fun to do it. What does everyone think of Bama this year? Is DeBoer going to get it done? How many games does Bama lose, and how many can they lose before DeBoer's seat is on fire?
Hold on. You want to know what I think of Alabama?
Yep.
What are y'all, man? Let's keep this shit fucking rolling. Hey, you guys had this, big brother. Good shit. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3. We don't give a damn about the whole state of Alabama. Whole state of Alabama. Whole state of Alabama. We don't give a damn about the whole state of Alabama. We're from Tennessee.
That's what I think. That's what I think.
Okay. All right.
He's going to be on the hot seat. He's
Everyone's
probably
like,
already on the hot seat.
Oh yeah,
already on the
He's
hot
already
seat.
there.
Yeah. But if they lose 3 games,
oh yeah, 3 or 4 at the most, and he's like, they'll be running him out on pitchforks and stuff. But I think, you know, at the same time, he is a really good coach. So I think the players that do buy in and stay there, I think they'll be right back in the mix. I mean, they were technically in the mix this year, just not as elite as they have been in the past. And this is just year 1 for him. So I wouldn't write him off too soon.
Yeah.
I love this comment from John Mills, 25-year veteran. My favorite show of the year. Teared up a few times tonight, man. I love that, John. Appreciate your service, and thanks for sharing that with us. I get emotional all week long leading up to this thing, putting together the clips, putting together just the intro alone, man, like the pictures in the intro.
Remember, but we said no crime. We said no crime.
I know we're not. We're going to give a good Butch Jones 63 effort. Although I cried a lot under Butch Jones, but we're gonna get through this.
Different reasons.
Oh yeah.
Let me see where we're at. Have we got any donations? Where are we? $5,305 in donations. I don't know if we've got any donations recently or not. Let's see.
So on the
No,
rewatch.
wait, there's Carl. Carl, the
Yeah,
accountable
donate.
accountant, donated a $5. And Mrs. Coach J, donated $20. Dylan Elam donated $10. Appreciate you, Dylan. Wayne donated another $20. Appreciate you, Wayne.
There you go.
We got an anonymous $50 donation. Appreciate that. Did I get Coach your $10? I think I already hit that.
I don't know. You're good.
All right, we're caught up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, man, if it, once again, I'll keep beating the dead horse here. If you guys come across this in the next 7 days, man, throw $5 in, throw $10 in. It's for a great cause. If you've seen some of the videos that Boogie played in the pictures he's talking about of what this organization does, it's awesome that we get to do that, man. Like it's so cool. It's one of the best parts about this, and kind of to Dauber's point, I went to a game at the Rose Bowl, UCLA Tennessee game, and the football I fell in love with and was enamored with it, but it was always the people and the vibe and the family around Tennessee football that gets you hooked, if you will. So awesome. And when you weaponize that, man, there's nothing this fan base can't do. It's pretty freaking cool.
Well, dude, that's the ongoing conversation. And I always go back and tell the same story. One of my favorite games ever going through was with Dauber, Florida, 2016. Like, what a great memory. He randomly calls me up. I got an extra ticket. You want to go? I'm like, how much do I owe you? Nothing. Let's go. I'm like, I'm going to call JP and I'm going to make him drive us. So we'll have a really good time. What a great memory that was, man. What a great memory. Coach Jay, like, are you kidding me? A dude from the other side of the country. Like, I would have never met Coach Jay. I would have never met you guys, like the X Factor, Dustin, Nate. Like, we would not have a relationship if it wasn't for Tennessee football. This all exists because of Tennessee football. Like, I don't even let my family stay at my house, but I let Mr. and Mrs. Coach Jay come out and spend the night and hang out and have probably too much of a good time and suffer the next day for it. But, dude, like, it's Coach Jay's quote, football's family. I love it, man. Go ahead, Dauber. I cut you off.
No, I don't even know what I was going to say. As awesome as football is, as much as we love to get on here and talk about, there are things that are more important than football, and it is the community, is relationships, and it is causes like the Fisher House, because what they do for the men and women who have answered the call and suffered consequences of answering that call. What they're able to do to serve those who serve this country is just it is such a blessing to be able to, like I said, I keep saying do such a small part because that's all it is. And Coach Jay, you nailed it. When we can, rally together and weaponize our passion and love for football, who at the end of the day, it's, such a trivial and meaningless thing, but it does bring everybody together to bring support and awareness to such a cause. It's a great day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Beautiful.
Let's tie a big fat bow on it. Let's tie a big fat bow. I like Dauber getting sentimental. Coach Jay, I got sentimental. Nate, you can get sentimental. Just final thoughts on, man, a great night, a long night, but a fun night for a good cause. I love it. Tie a bow on it, Nate.
Well, my sentimental part is going to be I got to go to my first game with my father when Tennessee went to the Music City Bowl. It wasn't even at Neyland. It was in Nashville. And it was Josh Dobbs, Kamara, all them playing there. And I can't remember what year. I guess that was, I can't remember now, 16 or whatever it was.
Yeah. Nebraska.
And, yes, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, yep. And, man, had a good time. Both my father and my brother were there, my cousin. And my father and my brother both are Army veterans. And my father retired from the Army. He did his time. My brother did his time. But walking after the big win there, that was, as I said, that was my first game with my dad, my brother, and walking down, and you could hear the echoes of "It's great to be a Tennessee Vol," and it was just the whole stadium as they're walking, just screaming it, and it was rocking the place. And that's my emotional side, man. That grew my love even more for Tennessee. And then just to be able to come on to a channel like this and to be able to support such a great cause, man, and to see the lives that this has touched, that's the key. There are so many people, there's faces that you'll never see. And I apologize for the echo. We moved and I'm in a larger room, so I got to fix that. But there's faces that you'll never see and people's lives that you'll never realize that you touched by donating. And, for all the ones that are still here, for all the ones that are gone, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Me and my family, thank you.
I thought you were just trying to go techno, Nate.
Scott in the chat says, just got here. How do I donate? If you're on YouTube, there is a donate button at the bottom. You can hit the, it looks like a heart, but two hands shaking. You can hit that. It says donate now. Or you can scroll down to where it says donate now. We've raised $5,325. Get in where you fit in. We appreciate the support. Dustin, tie a bow on it.
Yeah, great night. Enjoyed listening to all the different people. I watch and listen to a lot of those people throughout the week, including this channel, of course. So it's great to have those guys on here for a great cause. And like I said, it's just a small return on what they've all given to us. We may never know their names or see their faces, but they're there every day. There's people in those places right now that it's cold, man. That people need places to go, and like I said, sometimes it's not always physical sacrifices that these people give, but mental and emotional ones too. So next time you see a person in their colors and serving, stop and thank them, and donate wherever you can, especially this channel. There's a few more days of this, right?
It's gonna. Well, I'm gonna leave it up for 7 days. For 7 days.
7 days. So if you've donated, come back again, spread it to your coworkers, share the love, and there's always a room here for the Tennessee faithful for sure.
Let me put y'all on blast real quick. This is stupid, and my wife's gonna kill me if this happens. I'm not lying. I ain't lying. She's gonna be mad. We didn't hit the goal. Coach Jay set a stupid, ridiculous goal that I knew we were never going to meet. I knew it was impossible to meet. If you all somehow meet it before Tuesday night, if you guys meet $15,000, it ain't going to happen. I'm doubting you. I'm calling y'all out. So that means don't share this. Don't let people know. If y'all hit 15,000, my next NCAA stream, I will donate every freaking penny that comes in. That'll be my added donation to the charity. That's my cash cow. That's how I pay the bills is NCAA nights. So y'all hit 15,000. My NCAA night will go to the Fisher House Foundation. Ty, big old. By the way, NCAA night, I think we're moving it to Sunday. There's basketball games every Tuesday, and I'm like, this is a problem. So I think maybe from now until baseball season starts, we'll move it to Sunday night, and then maybe we'll move it to Thursday night or something.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find a better night. I think this coming Sunday we'll do the EA Sports College Football stream. Tie a big fat bow on it. Don't cry. Don't you cry on me now.
Nah, you don't cry on me. Nah, I'm just playing. But no, this was an awesome stream, Bug. Like I said, big shout out to you for putting this all together, and to you, Coach, too. You know what I'm saying? Round of applause for both of you guys, man. Y'all did one hell of a job tonight. And like what Book said, everybody, man, just because the stream's going to end tonight, still go ahead and donate, man. This thing's going to be open up for a couple of days. Keep donating to the Fisher House. Really, really great cause. And also, too, while you're also donating, just always remember the men and women that is currently serving or have served to went and fighting for our country. Just round of applause for them. Hearts go out to them always. And even if you have a loved one, that serves in the military, just make sure you tell them you love them and you care for them, and tell them that you appreciate for what they do for us every single day. So, and like Jaden said, let's try to go win a natty next year. Let's be like Ohio State, get some tough players. And I know, even though you said that Pac's the GOAT, Jaden, I say I respect it too. You gotta teach these old heads up here. There's more than just Tupac and Biggie. I respect to the GOATs, but hey, but that's all I'm going to say about that. Let's say go Big Orange.
Don't give in, Coach Jay. I don't know. Tupac is the GOAT, and it's not even up for debate. Like, it's not even close. It's not even close.
But you have heard Eminem, though. But you have heard of Eminem, though. I know you.
But
have.
Eminem's like first few albums sucked. The Marshall Mathers stuff was good. Like I'm Slim Shady, the real Slim Shady, blah, blah, blah. That was hot garbage. Tupac never put out a bad song. Every album he dropped, All Eyes on Me, greatest rap album of all time. It ain't even close.
The reason why his albums suck, he was on drugs. Bad.
Hey,
bad.
Oh, I wish I had a clip I could play for you guys. It's a monkey driving around in a golf cart, and it's like anybody that says to not do drugs, go ahead and take all your albums, all your CDs, all your music, go
and
burn
throw
it.
them out.
Because all of the good music that you listen to, they were all high on drugs. Every one of them. Every one of them. So that's not an excuse for Eminem. All right, let's do I have any last donations on the way out the door? Kaner dropped another 20 spot. Appreciate you, Kaner. Appreciate you and AP jumping on with us, and appreciate the donation. Dauber dropped $100. Dauber says, here's a hundo to add to the pile. Scott popped in and said, how do I donate? And then he drops $50. Thank you, Scott, for the donation. We are at $5,475. Put on more steam. Let me tell you guys something. Share this out. Share it on Twitter. Share it on Facebook. Let people know it's going to stay live. It's going to stay public. The donations can keep coming in for 7 days. Put on more steam. We're going to call it a night. It feels like a Tuesday night. We're 4.5 hours into this thing. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I love this channel. I love that we get to give back. This is it's my favorite stream, man.
It's like a telethon. You just stay on here and sing Love Boy.
I was about to go. The PS5 still hooked up. I can play some EA Sports College Football. We can keep
the
this
phones
thing rolling.
ringing, just stay loud.
Dude, I was playing
like
video.
The old days.
We said earlier we're gonna get Ron the Don in the background back here answering phone calls. If you give $25 more, Boogie will enter your name into a drawing for a free T-shirt. We got to keep doing this, man. Every year. After the national championship, favorite stream of the year, we're going to keep putting on more steam for the Fisher House Foundation. We love you guys. We thank you guys for Coach Jay, for Diver, for the X Factor, for Captain D, for good old Nate Pruitt. My name's Boogie Bentley. I'm going to play the intro again because I love it. Go Big Orange.
Heart is a balloon, shoots up through the stony ground. There's no room, no space to rent in this town. You're out of luck, and the reason that you had to care, the traffic is stuck.